With the right around Huntley, he reaches, oh, that ball's out, that's live! Back the other way, Sam Hubbard! The Cincinnati Kid! Hubbard's got a convoy! Chased by Andrews! At the 30, the 20, he will score!
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected, and gone! Touchdown! A.J. Green!
Back to throw. Men are coming late. Looks right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5 touchdown.
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up. It is good.
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20, touchdown! And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Trent Johnson's coming. Touchdown, Cincinnati.
Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Chase for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
A bevy of good games in the NFL early window has us ready to rock and roll. Bengals at the Packers, just about half an hour away from kickoff. Tell you what, Andrew, it's been a good day of football so far. Chargers get a last-second field goal to beat the Dolphins in Miami 29-27. I just watched a field goal through the Panthers defeat the Dallas Cowboys 30-27. They get a game-winning field goal as time expires in that one. Patriots have the ball with under 2 minutes to go. They have a 6-point lead over the Saints. The Colts just took the lead over the Cardinals 31-27. Jonathan Taylor with the touchdown to give the Colts the lead in that one. Seahawks holding on to a 20-12 lead over the Jaguars in Jacksonville, and the Steelers looking like they will improve to 4-1. They lead 23-9 over the Browns. But Andrew, we start this one with the rumor mill in Cincinnati before we jump into the Packers game just a few minutes away. Reports yesterday from Diana Rossini that the San Francisco 49ers are expected to look to add pass rush at this trade deadline. Trey Hendrickson specifically mentioned as a name that they will check on. Now, look, I'm personally of the belief that Trey Hendrickson's name is going to be brought up for just about every team looking to add defensive pass rusher at this trade deadline. But if we're being honest with ourselves, Andrew, what are the odds that Cincinnati is willing to move Trey Hendrickson at this trade deadline at this point right now in the season?
At this point, it's very slim. Now we need to see what's going to happen within the next 5 weeks. And even if they go 0-5, like, I think that they'll probably still hold on to him because it's just not in their nature to trade him. Trade guys like that. I remember a few seasons ago, they thought they were going to trade AJ Green. Everybody thought that they were going to trade AJ Green at the deadline. And it was like the big story going up. Last few minutes, all the Bengals fans, myself included, were on the edge of our seat, waiting to see where he was going to go, waiting to see what low round pick we were going to get in return. And it just didn't happen. And if that didn't happen then, I have a hard time believing that they've changed their ways that much that it'll happen this time around.
Yeah, look, all of that may be true. But the truth of the matter is right now, the Cincinnati Bengals just traded for Joe Flacco. And you don't make a trade like that unless you truly believe that you are going for the playoffs in a season. Otherwise, you would have just rolled with Jake Browning. You would have rolled the dice and said, all right, let's just see if Jake Browning can get better and see what happens. But instead, they go out, they make a pick swap. They pick up Joe Flacco, and Joe Flacco right away starts week 1 after the trade just 4 days later. Look, I understand that Trey Hendrickson's name, his contract, the offseason antics with the Cincinnati Bengals is certainly going to lead to his name being brought up for every single opening that happens to hit this market this offseason. But at this point in the season, unless something goes drastically wrong with Joe Flacco over the next 5 weeks, and again, the trade deadline is November 4th at 4 p.m., so there's still several weeks before the decision has to be made. But there's no way that they're trading Trey Hendrickson at this point in the season. Now, if you come back and Joe Flacco doesn't lead this team to 2 or 3 wins over the next couple of weeks, then yeah, maybe you're having that conversation. But as we sit here today with this Bengals team sitting at 2-3 in second place in the AFC North, the Ravens look terrible again today. In their game, they obviously seem to be out of contention at this point, especially when Lamar Jackson is not on the field. They ultimately fall to the Rams 17-3. Obviously, the Browns are not necessarily a team that you have to worry about. They're going to lose to the Steelers today. You're firmly in second place in this division, and the AFC is wide open, if we're being honest. Entering this week 6 of the NFL season, Cincinnati was in the 8th spot. They were 1 game out of a playoff spot. There's no reason at this point to phone it in, and they're certainly not shipping off their best defensive player to try and make that happen. Now, is there a package, Andrew, for you that makes sense that, hey, if San Francisco or somebody else calls, yeah, I'm willing to have that conversation because X is involved in that conversation?
Well, I think it really does depend on how these next few weeks go. And if we're sitting here and it's 3-5 or 3-6, whatever it might be at the deadline or something like that, then yeah, you definitely have to have a conversation about it. I think for a couple of reasons, honestly, because you have these young guys at the defensive end position that we still need to figure out if they're going to be a part of the Cincinnati Bengals future. Is Osai a part of the future? Murphy? You obviously want to see Shamar Stewart get more reps. So there's reason, aside from the fact that you're trying to get some value back in the draft, to consider it. Now, I agree with you. I don't think it's the smart decision at this point in time. And if they're competing, they definitely should not move them. But I'm not sure what that package would really look like that would let the Bengals hit the green button and accept. I don't know what level pick it would be. It would have to be I don't know, to me, maybe a 3rd rounder would be ideal. But again, I'm really not sure what that value will be like on the market. I guess it kind of depends on what else is out there.
Yeah, I'm not making that trade for a 3rd rounder. You have Trey Hendrickson on your team, and certainly understand the conversations that have happened over the last several years with him. But you have Trey Hendrickson on your team, and quite frankly, whether he likes it or not, he's under Bengals control this year and next, because the Bengals can easily tag him next year if they want to and bring him back. So respectfully, it's got to be blow me away type package, right? Like, one of the first things I would be looking for, and obviously depending on the partner that you're looking at a trade here, is there an offensive lineman on that team that's expendable that can come in and plug in as a starter day 1 for the Cincinnati Bengals as part of that trade return? Maybe then I get excited. But honestly, if this package is centered around draft picks, I'm almost at a non-starter, at least today, right? Like, if they go 0-4 in their next 4, then I change my tune drastically, believe me. But as we sit today, in terms of where my optimism lies for this team, draft picks is probably not getting it done unless they absolutely blow me away with the amount and the level of draft picks, and the likelihood that San Francisco comes in and offers you even a 1st or 2nd round pick is unlikely. But we'll see. Who knows? Certainly that'll be something for us to monitor. And as always, Chatterbox Bengals will have you covered for that if and when any news or additional rumors break. But Andrew, let's fast forward now and let's take a look at the upcoming matchup. But before we do that, let's take a look at last week in this Bengals matchup with the Detroit Lions, a matchup that they lost 37-24. Jared Goff in that one, 19 of 23, 258 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Amon-Ra had 8 of those catches for 100 yards. Sam Laporta, 5 for 92 and a touchdown. Jamar Chase in that one, 6 receptions, 110 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Chase Brown, 8 carries, 27 yards, 7 receptions, and 21 yards. But the story, of course, Jake Browning. And Jake Browning in Sunday's loss against the Lions, 26 of 40, 251 yards. Did have the 3 touchdowns, 2 of which were in garbage time, but 3 interceptions, really brutal killers in that matchup. For the season now, 80 of 124, good for a 64.5% completion percentage, 757 yards and 6 touchdowns, along with 8 interceptions, good for a 70.5 QB rating. Now, I don't want to get into a full breakdown of this Lions game, but the biggest story from that one, for me at least, was that the Bengals gave the Lions the ball deep in their own territory twice. That led to 2 Lions touchdowns.
Yeah, you take away the turnovers in that one, it's a completely different game. And, I'm not stating anything that anybody doesn't know, right? It was obvious that if Jake Browning was able to avoid those turnover-worthy plays and just be able to put together somewhat of a competent first half, then it probably would be a much different game. And it stinks because you sit here and you think about what could have been. But the Bengals did something that they don't normally do to try to address that issue, and it's actually given us a lot of optimism going forward, which is the main reason that a lot of Bengals fans are probably going to tune in today, because it would be really easy if Jake Browning was back there again to just turn him off for the season. But and I know it's early, it's 5 games in, but with Joe Flacco, you definitely give yourself a better chance, and at the least, you're making it more interesting.
And you mentioned it there. Bengals go out and they make the trade this week. They bring in veteran quarterback Joe Flacco from the Cleveland Browns. In exchange, they send a 5th-round pick, and they get back Joe Flacco and a 6th-round pick. They move down in the draft, depending on where those picks end up, somewhere between 45 and 60 picks in order to bring in a veteran quarterback. And let's take a look real quick at Joe Flacco's numbers over the course of his career. This will be his 201st career game played today at Lambeau Field. 62% completion percentage for over 46,000 yards, 259 touchdowns, 168 interceptions for an 83.8 QB rating. Now this year, though, 4 games with the Browns, Andrew, 93 for 160, 815 yards. But the big story for him this year, 2 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. Obviously, you didn't get to watch a whole lot of Joe Flacco in this season, but am I frozen up there? My graphic come down?
Don't think so.
Okay. There we go.
There we go.
Let's start with this. Obviously, Joe Flacco has to be better than he was for the Browns, but I think that the obvious conversation is that the Bengals are better than the Browns, right? And so what do you need to see out of Joe Flacco in order to have confidence moving forward that this can be the guy for you for the rest of the year, or as long as needed, and can continue to keep you in this playoff race?
Well, first of all, I think back to that opening week win against the Browns and how bad the wide receivers and tight ends in the skill position group was for Cleveland, because he probably had 6 passes that were dropped, especially in the second half, that kind of gifted the Bengals the victory in a sense. And again, I was watching them play the Steelers today, and it's still the same thing. Jerry Jeudy doesn't want to catch a pass if he's going to get hit, and your tight ends have a lot of upside, but also have a lot of drop issues. So I think some of those numbers can be a little bit skewed. It's kind of like you said, the Bengals are better than the Browns. But what I would really like to see from him is taking care of the football, but also at the same time being able to push it downfield. And those 2 things are really tough to do at the same time. And I understand that, but we're lacking explosive plays, and this Packers defense is pretty good at limiting those explosive plays. So if you can hit on a couple of those and try to just open things up a little bit, and then just limit the turnovers. That was the biggest problem with Browning. And we see Flacco's thrown 6 interceptions. You think about the 2 in the Cincinnati game, tip balls, or a wide receiver making a business decision. So I'm not sure those are truly indicative of how he's actually played, but just taking care of the ball, that's the main thing today.
Yeah, obviously 2 of those turnovers in the Bengals game were balls that were tipped up by Browns receivers that ultimately ended in interceptions, both of which were not on Flacco in the least bit. And I'd be lying if I said I watched a whole lot more of Flacco other than that. But What I do know is that Joe Flacco brings a lot more accuracy, especially downfield, as you're mentioning. This Bengals team, since Zac Taylor took over, one of the worst in the entire NFL in terms of explosive plays. And certainly you have the weapons on the outside to be able to make those plays happen. So is it on Zac Taylor at this point in terms of the play calling? Is it in terms of the running game and having really no threat there in terms of Chase Brown averaging less than 2.5 yards per carry on the season? And maybe if that opens up, you start to see more. What was interesting is seeing Joe Flacco through warm-ups in practice, a lot more under center and a lot more play action. Maybe that's just Joe Flacco and the way that he warms up, but the limited media availability that we saw of Joe Flacco certainly potentially opened up the question mark of, will this offense be a little bit more dynamic now that Joe Flacco is your quarterback compared to Jake Browning, not only in terms of getting the run game going, but then, as you mentioned, pushing the ball down the field, giving your playmakers like Jamar Chase and Tee Higgins an opportunity to go down there and make some plays. We saw Jake Browning last week miss at least three throws downfield, two of which ended up in interceptions. The first one was badly underthrown down the right sideline to Jamar Chase. The other one, Tee Higgins, was wide open down the middle of the field on a post route that was thrown behind him and too far that allowed the defender to break up the pass. So certainly looking for an improvement in that space. And ultimately, Joe Flacco has the experience to be able to do that, but he's going to be challenged in this one, Andrew. The Packers offense, certainly one of the most threatening ones in the entire NFL, as we're now under 10 minutes away from kickoff. Their offense, obviously a lot of talk around Jordan Love and the weapons on the outside, but Josh Jacobs really a big piece of this offense.
Yeah, the Bengals are definitely going to have to stop the run today. They've done an okay job of it so far this season, so I'm not overly concerned about that. Obviously, he's a workhorse running back. He's going to get 20 carries in this game. You can pretty much take it home. And the kind of knock on them has been that they don't have like a true number one, but they have so many different weapons out there. And I know they're going to be missing Jaden Reed and Christian Watson, and those two guys have big play potential as well. But you still have Romeo Doubs. Tucker Kraft has kind of emerged as, a top 10 tight end in this league. I don't think that's crazy to say at this point. He had a breakout season last year, and then again this year already off to a hot start as well. And so they can do it in a multitude of ways. That's the tough part about this offense. It's going to be a big challenge for the Bengals defense to see if they can keep up and really cover all areas of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned Romeo Doubs found the end zone 3 times in their last game against Dallas. Of course, the Packers coming off of the bye week, so that was 2 weeks ago now. In that game, he had 6 catches for 58 yards and 3 touchdowns. Meanwhile, on the other side, Josh Jacobs leads the way, 266 yards rushing. Jordan Love sitting at right at 1,000 yards passing on the season, just under 70% completion percentage, 8 touchdowns to just 1 interception. It'll be a key here. Obviously, the Bengals have given the ball up too much on offense in the past. This Bengals defense might need to come up with some key takeaways in this one if the Bengals want to come out on top. You mentioned the lack of a number one receiver in Tucker Kraft. Tucker Kraft leads the way for the Packers, 16 catches on the season, 225 yards and 2 touchdowns. Both the receptions and the yards lead the way for the Packers. Now, on the other side of the ball for the Packers, this defense is really what has been viewed as what's going to kind of bring them home on the season, right? You got guys like Quay Walker at the linebacker position along with Edgerrin Cooper. Both have been really solid, but then you have Rashawn Gary, who already has 4.5 sacks this year. Obviously, they go out and they make the trade for Micah Parsons, who has 2.5 sacks already. Lucas Van Ness, also on the D end. I mean, this is a dangerous front seven for an offensive line that's reeling and will be without Dylan Fairchild here in this one.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And it was kind of a shock to everybody when Dallas was able to put up 40. And obviously that game goes into overtime, but that defense had been so good at the beginning of the year. And the guys that you were expecting to step up and be the big playmakers like Micah Parsons and Xavier McKinney and some of those guys in the secondary haven't really been the guys that have been the producers so far for them. Like you mentioned, Rashawn Gary on the edge with 4.5 sacks. Like there's guys all over the defense that can make plays. Nixon at corner is a stud as well. He's kind of emerged as their true corner number one. So they have, a loaded defense. It's going to take a lot for the Bengals offense to get going today. You're going to have to be able to run the ball. We've talked about it every single week, seemingly. Just the inability to run the ball has kind of hindered their offensive approach at times. So it's going to be really tough to go against this defense. This is just a really talented Packers team overall. But I would really like to see them try to get some, like you kind of talked about, Joe Flacco running the play action. Like if you can get some play action passes that start hitting, and that starts with running the ball. So they got a big task in front of them today. It should be fun to watch Flacco compete out there, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, you mentioned Keyshawn Nixon. 7 passes defended already in this young NFL season. And again, the Packers already had their bye. So 7 passes defended in just 4 games for the Packers cornerback. All right, the line in this one, Andrew, is ugly. The Packers are favored by 14.5 at the last I checked. The over-under 44.5. Give me your predictions or your best bets at this point for the Bengals and the Packers, which is just coming up in a little under 5 minutes.
I think that the Bengals are going to cover. I don't think that they're going to come away with the win today. I think it's going to be somewhere around 27-17, something like that. I think that the Bengals are probably going to end up punting a little bit more than they have this season because they're not going to be turning the ball over hopefully as much, but the defense for Green Bay is still pretty impenetrable at times. But I don't see how the Bengals can cover all of the ways that the Packers can move the ball and get into the end zone. So that's why I got them winning by 10.
Yeah, my biggest question for this one, Andrew, is what does the playbook look like for Joe Flacco? How simplified is it going to be from Zac Taylor? Is he truly ready to run this Bengals offense, or is this just a dry run to make sure that he's ready for the Steelers game on Thursday night? I know Reid mentioned that when we did our live breaking news when the trade went down, that he talked about. Obviously, him coming out starting today is really just a tune-up for Thursday. I don't know how much I believe that. I think ultimately they're going to want to get the run game going, but Joe Flacco is going to have to cut it loose and certainly going to have some deep passes down the field in order to give this Bengals team an option or an opportunity to win. I don't know if it's enough this week, though. I'm with you. I think they cover, but I think they probably lose. Give me the over 44.5, but give me the Bengals to cover, not to win. I'm going to go 33-24 Packers win. As we are just getting ready now, it looks like the Packers will receive the ball first. And we're just a couple seconds away from CBS's live coverage, but make sure you stick around here. Reid Maus will be live with your play-by-play and live reaction throughout this entire game right here on this live stream on Chatterbox Sports YouTube. And Andrew and I will be back at halftime to break down the first half, go over stats, and give some reaction at that point as well. So until then, Andrew and I will be back at halftime. We'll hand it off to Chatterbox Studios now and Reid Maus.
All right, let's do this. Let's go. We got to get that singular dropped in there, but here I am. We are ready for kickoff. I was seeing if I could get this score bug up before we get this game really rolling. But the Bengals will be kicking away. And we are underway. The Packers return it out to the 35 and pushed out at the 38, and that's where they will take over. So let's get this game tracker up before it gets too late. Thank you all for being here. I'm glad to be back. I really am. I needed a week. I needed a week off after seeing 2 consecutive bloodbaths. I needed at least 1 week off. And I deserved it. And that's the key, guys. I deserved it. So I'm going to bring us a win today. Let me crop this out. And And Jordan Love's going to step up in the pocket and has a man wide open across midfield. And Romeo Doubs will be taken out about the 46-yard line. I don't know what it is about the Packers, but they just seemingly always have dudes just wide open downfield. And it's so freaking frustrating. And there we go. They hand the ball off to Josh Jacobs, who is brought down by by Carter, just barely beyond the line of scrimmage. So it's going to be, what does that make it? Second and, all right, I guess we'll just, we're going no game tracker to the end of this drive. Jordan Love drops back to pass. No play action, looking over the middle of the field, and it's actually great coverage by the Bengals secondary to make it 3rd and 7. Juan Drago Turner with the breakup. What's up, guys? Thanks, Optimistic John. I appreciate you saying that. 3rd and 7, a chance to get off the field. I don't know. They're on the 42-yard line. That's too long for a kick, so they might just go halfway here. They might not be trying to get it all. Just maybe get a little more field goal range or give them the option to kick it. Jordan Love's going to be empty in the backfield. 5 wide, 1 tight end. Dropping back. We are collapsing around him. He's stepping up in the pocket. He's going to run himself, and he's going to have the first down. Tackled from behind by our spy, and Jordan Love will scamper. He'll traipse his way to a first down. We had decent pressure there. Obviously, there was no one open downfield. But, man, it just kind of got away from him. So 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. Jordan Love takes the snap, hands the ball off to Josh Jacobs. Josh Jacobs meets a group of Bengals 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage and falls down for a gain of 2. I'm trying hard to get you guys this game tracker because I know you guys like it. I just can't do it till the game starts. Like, I wish I could, preemptively get it, but it doesn't actually work until the game starts. So I've got to wait until the game starts, which is unfortunate, but that's how we do it here. It's how we do it here in H-Town. Boom. There you go. 2nd and 5 from the 32-yard line. Can we hold him to 3? Hand the ball off once again, and he is tripped up in the backfield but falls forward for a gain of about 8 yards. And once again, that's Josh Jacobs. So 3rd and 2, Packers coming off a bye. They started out 2-0 with probably 2 of the best 5 wins in the NFL this season. Since then, they lost to Joe Flacco and then tied the Dallas Cowboys in back-to-back weeks before going to the bye. So probably a well-rested bye. 3rd and 2, big time to get off the field. Send a man in motion, hand the ball off once again. We clog up all the holes. Can we get the push? It is going to be short of the line to gain, but it's going to be 4th and half of a yard. You got to think that the Green Bay Packers are going to go for it here. I think I'm going to go backwards here. We'll go backwards till something bad happens. 4th and 1, they're going to go for it. Come on. Man, because they might just be trying to draw us. No, they're going for it. They're absolutely going for it. This is huge. Alone in the backfield, so they're not running the ball. Now he's going to go under center, and they are going to QB sneak it. Jordan Love is going to get the line to gain, but be brought down right beyond that. It was Carter on the tackle. So it started out in shotgun, empty backfield. He then goes under the center. When they did that, we shifted towards getting over the guards in the center, but it was too late and they were just too quick, and that's going to be a first down for the Packers. All right, 1st and 10. Ball now on the 24-yard line. Thank you guys all for being here. Give us a like. Jordan Love dropping back. He's got a roll out to his right. On the run, pump fakes. He's going to run again. It's going to be 6 yards. So our secondary must be doing a really nice job at covering the guys downfield. Because Jordan Love's getting plenty of time, but just no one's open. And he's having to run the ball. Now, there's still successful plays. He's still getting 6 yards about a carry. But, oh well. 2nd and 4. Under center is Love. Jacobs in the backfield. They hand the ball off to Jacobs. Off tackle, and we bring him down beyond the line of scrimmage. Great play by Joseph Osai. And Osai brings down Josh Jacobs for a loss of 1. 3rd and 5. This is big, guys. That was a great play by Osai, getting off the tackle. I feel like our defense is getting good coverage. Our defense is, at least getting the gaps. They're still running the ball pretty efficiently, but we're getting to the gaps. We're just not gaining any pressure when Jordan Love drops back, which he does right here, and he has all the time in the world. 3rd and 5. Now he's got to get out of it. Heaves it towards, and it's picked off! Tipped and picked by the Bengals. We're returning it out to the 30, and he's knocked out of bounds out at the 35. Dax Hill with the interception. It looked like he was just going to throw it away. It was all the time in the world. Eventually, he gets flushed out of the pocket, tries for the first down, throws it right at the sticks. It's tipped off first. Let's see who gets the tip first. What an interception. Geno Stone. My bad, it wasn't. Man, what a great play. That's us. Needed it. We needed big plays. Yeah, it was DJ Turner with the tip and then Geno Stone with the pick. That's huge, guys. Let's go. It's Joe Flacco season. I on these post-game shows, on Off the Bench Live every day, 10 to 11A, right here in the Chatterbox studio. See you tomorrow morning. Every day I'm on the show, everyone's talking about, are the Bengals going to get a quarterback? And I always just poo-pooed it. But it is, more than anything, I don't know how much better it makes us, because Jake Browning was playing terrible. I don't know how much better it makes the Bengals, but it is a little exciting. I think we can, if being a fan is all about entertainment, we were very much lacking it the last few weeks, and we had lost all hope. We had lost all drive kind of to watch these games. And then all of a sudden, all right, Joe Flacco, let's see what we got. 14-point underdogs, nothing to lose in Lambeau Field. That's a big turnover by RD. That is a huge turnover by Geno Stone. Let's get some likes in here. Yeah, it's I feel like our defense on that first drive, I know they were kind of marching right down the field, but I feel like our defense was, getting to gaps. We were obviously covering very well, and that was after the first play where they had a wide open guy for 20 yards. I feel like we were covering pretty well because even with not a lot of pressure on Jordan Love, we'd eventually start getting home and he'd get flushed out of the pocket. He'd have plenty of time, but he'd get flushed out and then he'd have to run the ball. So we'll see. Now, here's the thing about Joe Flacco. I don't know what you guys are expecting, but I'm expecting a lot of, I want some shots, and I'm fully prepared for some picks, even though Jake Browning was turning the ball over. I'm fully prepared for some picks. Let's see if Zac Taylor can cook. All right, under center, Joe Flacco. He's going to send Jamar Chase in motion. He's going to bring him towards the line, then send him across, and it's an end around to Jamar Chase. We get the ball in our premier playmaker's hands. The first play, Jamar is brought down for a loss of 4. The thing, I don't mind that play. Everyone's going to be like, what a dumb play there on first down. I don't mind that play, but it seemed like Jamar was looking for a hole, and he just, Jamar, use your speed. It's a loss of 3. I don't know. End around's not there. It feels like our gadget plays just never work. They just never work. Hand the ball off to Samaje Perine on 2nd and 13, and it's a loss of a yard. All right, it's a good drive going. We're looking good. We're looking solid. So from 1st and 10 on the end around to 2nd and 13, and then we just hand the ball off to Samaje Perine. Now 3rd and 13. Guys, I don't know what is going on here. All right, 3rd and 13. I mean, based off of the first 2 plays, are we gonna anticipate a pick here or a sack? Flacco with a man to his left. There's 4 wide. Ball on the right hash mark. 33-yard line. Dropping back. They send 4. It's a quick pass to Jamar Chase that is completed, and he's brought down after a gain of about 6 yards. We got 5 yards there. 4th and 9, we're going to be punting. Good drive. What a drive, baby. That's how the Joe Flacco era starts. I mean, what? Oh, well. The 2nd and 13 handoff to Samaje Perine. What a disaster. Ryan Rico's punt is fair caught out at the 7-yard line. Thanks for the fair catch. I don't know why he fair caught that thing. Why did he fair catch that? Typically, when you see a turnover, you heave it downfield. Now we got a penalty on the play. On the receiving team, okay? So there's a holding on the receiving team, so they're halfway to the goal, so they're going to start over at the 3-yard line. They're starting. What a punt. What a field script. What a flip script. Flip field, that's what I'm saying. All right, it's bugging me how this thing isn't flush with the top of the screen. So now that we have a timeout, we can do that. Hey, guys, how's it going? How's your Sunday been? Let me know how your Sunday's going. Hopefully it gets a lot better here. I like 4:30 starts. Woke up, went on a 5-mile run, walked my dogs, went to mass. My niece, now my goddaughter. I became a godfather today of a niece. She was baptized today, so that was an exciting afternoon. Shout out to Miriam, our newest Catholic brethren. So let's win a game for Miri. 3-time godfather, by the way. 3-time godfather. My cousin, who's 15, my nephew, who's 4, and now my niece, who is about 5 months. Let's do it. You come to me on the day of the Bengals playing the Packers. That's my best. That's my best. That's what I got. That's my best Marlon Brando. If I had cotton things, I'd put them in like he did in the movie. I haven't seen Godfather in a while. Jordan, thanks for the sorry. Yeah, it was tough last night. That was a tough one. But I was okay with however it ended. Really was. Don't check the Discord. With Chatterbox has a Discord. Don't check it. I might have been crashing out, but I was okay. Everybody calm down. Flacco just got off the plane. Defense keep balling. All right. I like it. Let's go, guys. I would have liked some forward movement, but like I said, when your first play is a loss of 4 yards. And was I crazy a little bit, or was what's his name? Jamar, was he kind of just jogging a little bit? All right, so we're back here. I didn't even see the play. It was a pass. It's going to be a gain of 9 yards. Broadcast came back late. Second and 1. Nothing too deep. 6 minutes to play here in the first quarter. Jordan Love with a man to his right. They hand the ball off to Josh Jacobs. Josh Jacobs, man, he's kind of a bull. Gets out to the 20-yard line. It's a gain of 6 yards and a first down. Have some friends. Anyone have any friends that are at Lambeau? If I didn't have to work and do all the crazy stuff that I had to do this weekend, I probably would have made my way up to Wisconsin for Game 5 of the NLDS and this game. Would have been a hell of a weekend, but didn't get to go. 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. A lot of men on the line, 12 personnel. Fake the handoff, dropping back is Love, and he dumps it down to the running back. It's Josh Jacobs for a gain of 7 yards. That's a good-looking play. Matt LaFleur comes from, that he likes to run the ball like Kyle Shanahan and, really the best offensive minds in our game, other than Andy Reid. Kevin O'Connell likes to throw the ball a lot, but most of the best offensive minds know how important the run game is. Screen play out into the flats and a lot of room after shimmying past the first tackle in the backfield and eventually brought down by CTB, pushed out of bounds. Takes me a while to get used to these names. That was the rookie, Matthew Golden, their first-round pick. So here we go. 1st and 10. Ball on the 35-yard line. Snap and then hand it off to Josh Jacobs. It is a movement of the line. They just hand it off, pass to the right guard. It is not Jacobs. It was their backup running back, Chris Brooks. JV game of the 49ers Buccaneers, 7-3. Thanks for tuning in to the varsity game. Packers versus Bengals. So ball on the 36. Man and motion, 2nd and 9. Love quickly gets rid of it, and it's to Golden again. Man, he's quick. And Golden, man, he shimmied past the linebacker and kept going across middle of the field, and he's brought down out to the 42-yard line. I know they've been waiting for Matthew Golden to be a big part of this offense, but he looked great there. It wasn't even a line. Man, what a golly. Terrible attempt on a tackle there by Jordan Battle. For what it's worth, I mean, Matthew Golden, when he plays well, they don't win. It is wild that we have the same amount of wins as this Packers team. Jordan Love dropping back to pass, going out to the flats. This is to Josh Jacobs. Trying for an ankle tackle. He's pushed out of bounds after a gain of 5 yards. Yeah, that was a terrible attempt by Jordan Battle. So this is me being honest with you guys here. I can recite crazy stats from like baseball, especially in baseball where I've studied a lot of that stuff. Like, I can tell you every dude that's hit 500 home runs and probably the exact amount of home runs you have. I have always been terrible with numbers or jersey numbers. Like, I always forget people's numbers. And here's an end around to Matthew Golden trying to utilize his speed, and coming up to hit him is Geno Stone. Doesn't make the tackle, and he gets the 3 yards and then a little more for the first down. So it's going to be 1st and 10 out of our 29-yard line. Can we get a good defensive stop here again? Can we hold him to 3? Yeah, Stone, tried the shoulder tackle. What was he trying to do? Did he think Golden was going to lower his shoulder? He didn't even wrap up. Geno Stone just hit him with his shoulder. Did he think that Golden was going to lower his shoulder? He just bounced right off him. Wrap up, dude. 1st and 10 from the 29-yard line. Love on the left hash mark sends a man in motion. They hand the ball off, trying to stretch this defense, and it's a gain of 2 yards. On the carry is number 80. Is that 83, Savion Williams? Second and 7. Final play of the first quarter where they have outgained us 120-1. Final 20 seconds. Jordan Love under center. He's got 3 seconds to snap it. It's a screen play and a great tackle. That is a huge play by Juan Drago Turner II. Huge play. And that'll take us to the second quarter. It's going to be 3rd and 8 when we come back. 3rd and 8, baby. Put up the 2s like you're Richard Nixon. Put up your 2s like you're Richard Nixon. Funny story about this. I don't know if you guys are on TikTok, but there's like this current meme where you're like, hey, give me 2. And like it's like a millennial girl. Like, that literally happened to me on Friday night. Me and my wife, a couple friends were out getting something to eat. The waitress had been taking forever, and like we were like signaling, hey, can you get us 2 more drinks? And she literally, like, the waitress like looked at it, hadn't been around for like 10 minutes, and just goes, like, we're like, no, 2 drinks, please. Golly. All right, let's get our 2s up, baby. Let's get our 2s up. Juan Drago came to play. That's right, Craig Sandlin. Boom, boom, boom. 2s. Fun fact, Juan Drago's father is named Juan Drago. That's right. What's weird about the DJ thing? Like, normally if someone's named DJ, they're Donald Jr. or they are something Jr., right? David Jr. They're doing it his initials, but like JD's also, like, if your name's Juan Drago, JD is also a name that you can go by. Like, there's obviously our vice president, J.D. Vance, the former great ahead of his time baseball player, J.D. Drew. Like, I don't understand the DJ thing. Taylor has been a problem for years. We'll see. Don't let Zac Taylor cook today. And don't let Al Golden cook today, baby. J.D. Silva said, I'm a J.D. too. Right, like, that's a name. Like, I don't get, like, it'd be one thing if, like, J.D. was like, oh, you can't be J.D., just be DJ. Like, J.D. is as popular as DJ almost. I didn't know that a lot of people name Trey, when they're called Trey, it's oftentimes because they're the 3rd. Like King Griffey Jr.'s son's named Trey. Didn't know that. J.D. Martinez, another one. You're right. All right. Give us a like in here. If you'd be so kind, be so obliged. Let's get this second quarter going. I feel rusty. I haven't done this in 2 weeks. I feel rusty. Luckily, got another game this Thursday. All right, 3rd and 8. Need to hold him here. Big play. 4 bunch ball on the left hash mark. Jordan Love's dropping back. Pockets collapsing quick on him. Trey Hendrickson can't get the sack. Jordan Love's going to go out there and scramble short of the first down. Our secondary must be playing lights out because that was good pressure there. It wasn't elite pressure, but we're not getting home that quickly, and Jordan Love's holding on to the ball, or he just can't make a decision today. Our secondary must be playing lights out thus far. Obviously, you can't see the camera screen back, but man, that's a big stop. It's a big stop. Now it's Lucas Havarisk. I don't know. I'm not going to pronounce the name. 43-yard field goal. Snap, kick, right through the uprights, and the Packers take a 3-0 lead. If you guys didn't know this, the boss of Chatterbox Sports is a Green Bay Packers fan. So this is like a way that we can kind of get at Trace. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So here we go. Let's let Zac Taylor cook, baby. Let's let him cook. Let's see if we can dice up this defense like we're Mark Sanchez and the defense is a 70-year-old. Let's do it, baby. You brought a love to a knife fight, Packers. Let's get it going. No clips. No clips. We got to get a first down here. Let's get Flacco to sling that thing. There's something about Joe Flacco. No clips. This isn't great clips. This isn't Bo Ricks. One first down would be nice. If I'm being selfish, and I'll be selfish here, one first down would be nice. I'll take it. Zach brought a spatula and brought a wooden spoon. Hey, there's wooden spoons. I don't know if you guys, some old grandmas, them things wield that thing. Let's get it going. Any chance Zac Taylor gives up play calling this year? No, I don't think he will because, listen, if your job was on the line, would you give up control? Unless you were told to, unless they were told to. He won't do it himself. And this organization won't tell him to do that. Ooh, we got a new NCIS series, Origin, Sydney. Make sure to tune into that on CBS. NCIS. I like how, in the 90s, we just, we came up with a few ideas and we're like, this plays. NCIS, Law and Order, CSI, this plays. We'll just do this for every city. And when are we going to get a CSI or a Law and Order or an NCIS? Cincinnati. Come on. Got a lot of culture here. I know we don't have a Navy base, so we can't do NCIS. And what a crazy thing, NCIS. They report crimes on Navy bases? No free ads. I'll give a free ad to NCIS because they need it, baby. Cable television in the year of our Lord, 2025, is a goofy thing. All right, Joe Flacco. Let's do it. Under center. Let's see if we sling this thing this time or if we're going to do an end around. We fake a screen pass and hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown is met 2 yards beyond the line of scrimmage and doesn't get anything more than that. So we'll actually get 3 yards. Second and 7. All right, Flacco. I'm wacko for you, Flacco. Second and 7. Man to his left. Ball on the 31-yard line. We snap it. Pressure pretty quickly. Tee Higgins for a first down. Joe Flacco completes the pass to Tee Higgins for another Cincinnati Bengals first down. Fell down on the coverage. The man that would have came up and tackled Tee Higgins probably still would have gotten close to a first down regardless. But a connection there on a T. So 1st and 10. Now out at the 45-yard line. We'll send Andre Yoshivas in motion. Joe Flacco fakes the handoff. He's looking downfield. Now he's going to check it down and just will kill it out at the feet of Chase Brown as they got back a little too quickly. I think the play there was, T or Jamar downfield. Obviously, the safeties would have been in position, and then the check down wasn't there either, so he just killed the play before he got killed. And that's another thing. We're going to see probably we're going to see a lot of interceptions. We're going to see a lot of sacks. We're also going to see Joe Flacco getting rid of the ball, more so than Joe Burrow or Jake Browning ever did. It's just what it is. It's going to be similar to an Andy Dalton where we're going to see him throw the ball away sometimes. 2nd and 10. Flacco taking the shotgun snap. Looking over the middle of the field. Pressure, but he's hit as he's trying to get the ball to our tight end, Tanner Hudson. Who hit him? A lot of people did. Just trying to get it down to Tanner Hudson there on 2nd and 10. Probably would have got a gain of 5 if we would have got it to him. Just developed a little too slow. 3rd and 10. Need one here. Samaje Perine coming in the backfield to help with Joe Flacco on the right side. Ball on the right hash mark. 4 wide. They send 4. Flacco's having to roll out. Man, he is slow, ain't he? He's pretty slow. All right. Threw one away at the feet. There's a flag on the field. It looks like it's going to be on us, probably a hold that they will just decline and we'll punt it away. We got a first down, so small improvements. They only sent 4. Man, I know they have a good pass rush. Just doesn't have enough time for a guy who can't move very well. Snap is good on the punt. It is fielded out at the 11-yard line and brought down quickly after that. Romeo Doubs brought down at the 16. 3-0 here with 12:26 to play in the half. Can we get them to 3 and out? That would be glorious. It would be glorious if we can get them to 3 and out. Is that selfish? Is that a selfish thing to ask for? I don't know. We got the most handsome QB room. If you guys want that, I don't know if it's going to equal wins, but we got the most handsome QB room between Jake Browning, Joe Burrow, and Joe Flacco. Hasn't thrown an interception. Craig Sandlin says, seems like an upgrade to me. Yeah. I mean, we're already seeing the lack of mobility from Joe. He's pretty slow in there. He's pretty slow. Oh, we got a new Mark Wahlberg heist movie. Love it. Haven't seen one of those since 2003. Guys, thank you all for being here. Give us some likes in there. We're going to get us a Bengals win. I'll be honest, I didn't like how many people were saying the Bengals are going to cover this game because I kind of just figured all week that the Bengals were going to get their tail whipped. But everyone's like, I think we cover. The Bengals have covered one spread all year, and it was the Jaguars game, and they were lucky as hell to cover that thing. Craig Sandlin says, I'd rather him throw it away and live another day than try to force it where it isn't. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. But I think a large part of this offense has long been, just because of how bad the offensive line is, I need you to sometimes escape one would-be sacker. And I just don't know if Joe Flacco, I mean, you might get one a game, not one a drive. Like, things got to happen quick for it to work. Or we got to be really good on the coverage. Is that the guy from The Wire? Man, I feel like I'm, like those people when you're driving on I-75 and they're just naming billboards. That's what I'm doing right now for these commercials. All right, 1st and 10, Packers take over. Jordan Love hands the ball off. It's a gain of 3 yards. 2 yards. It's going to be 2nd and 8. Manuel Wilson with the carry. Undrafted running back. Why don't we ever have players open? I don't know. It's true. It feels like we very rarely do. I mean, we had Jamar Chase open last week on that huge play with the touchdown, but those plays are few and far between. 2nd and 8. Can our defense get us a 3 and out here? I think that'd be a big momentum thing. They hand the ball off once again, and we meet him at the line of scrimmage, but he keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed. Blow it dead. Blow it dead. So we probably met them about 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage, but they get an extra 2, so it's going to be 3rd and 3. And once again, that's Nelson. Or is it Wilson? I just said his name, 23. Emmanuel Wilson. So 3rd and 2. We've got 0 rushing yards thus far in the game. I will take us down 3 points after. Listen, if we go down by 3 points every quarter, we cover. It's 12-0 at the end of this whole thing. Love alone in the backfield. We send 3, and we still get home as Jordan Love's got to get rid of it. Got a 3 and out. We got a 3 and out. He just had to get rid of it. Man, we only sent 3 guys home. We still got there. All right. All right. Come on, D. Let's go score. That's big. I feel like that would have been a huge momentum thing, and we got it. Jordan Love looks off today, doesn't he? He does. I think Jordan Love's got a lot of talent. I think he's in that group of about 12 quarterbacks that are good to really good. Could be anywhere from the 5th or 6th best quarterback in the league to the 17th on any given weekend. As Chuck Nasty falls down and almost loses the ball as he tries to leap over a man. Chucky, you ain't that athletic, brother. You just ain't. Yeah, he's hit twice. You didn't lose the ball, Charlie. I mean, you did, but you would have been down. And he's not playing well today. You're going to get that sometimes. Jordan Love isn't. All right. Come on, offense. Let's go, Joe Flacco. We got 10-18 to play. Our ball at the 37-yard line. Andrew and Craig will take you through halftime. I'll be on the postgame show. Off the bench tomorrow, 10A. Stone Shield Show tomorrow, 11A. Be sure to tune into all that. I almost just was talking about these commercials again. Guys, what do we need here? What do we need? Obviously, we need a score, but what do we need? You know, what do we need? First and 10 from the 37-yard line. As I'm all right. Let's lock in, baby. Reid Maus is a football handicapping machine. No, that's you, Sean Connor. That's you. Follow Sean Connor's Patreon. Sean, drop that Patreon in the chat. Might get some new subscribers. Or if it's not you, Sean, you might know someone that has a Patreon. Then they drop that one in there. Guys, we need a score here. What did Lane say? I'm catching up on some. I want to see a run up the middle with a wide receiver screen and then Flacco spike it into the ground. Oh, my God, that was awesome, Robo Buck. I remember that, too, when Brett Favre got the ball stripped out of his hands. Hell yeah, that rocked. I wish I would have been young. I wish I would have been old enough to see Brett Favre play. Like, I saw the end of Brett Favre, but, like, people romanticize Brett Favre playing in a way that I've never seen other people romanticize a quarterback. Handoff to Chase Brown. It is a good play here. We get a gain of 5 yards on the counter play. Hey, guys, we get 5 yards every play. We're marching that thing right down the field. 2nd and 5. Jake Brown, you stay hyped up, brother. You stay hyped up. We'll be sure to get you in this one. We'll be sure to get you rolling. 2nd and 5. Under center is Flacco. Everyone's tight. There's a handoff to Chase Brown. We're committing to the run here. He gets a gain of 3 yards, so it's going to be 3rd and 2. Ambulance just went by the studios. We're in downtown Hamilton, so we got Operation Pumpkin. If you guys are familiar with the geography here in downtown and the events of Southwest Ohio. Hopefully everyone's okay. So we've got the 2 of the 3 most interceptions from quarterbacks this year. Nice. 3rd and 2. Flacco drops back, surveying the right side of the field. Slings it out to Tanner Hudson, who we're not going to get there. Threw it behind Hudson. He had to get around the defensive line. Hudson had to bat it to himself to make the catch, and it's going to be a 3 and out. So after getting 5 yards on the opening play, man, Tee Higgins over the middle of the field probably would have worked. Yeah, and if we would have gotten it to Tanner Hudson just organically, it would have been a first down as well. Loss of 2 yards on the play, and out comes Ryan Rico. 8:22 to play here in the half. They're bailing, and it takes a terrible – I mean, it was a good punt by Ryan Rico. He kept it short, like probably 13 yards short, just got a bad bounce, and it goes in the end zone for a touchback. I don't like that touchback. He did a nice job the first 2 punts that he had, pinning them deep each time, but – all right, we got the 3 and out. Equated in no points, 0 points. Need Trey to keep bringing it, Sean Connor says. I agree. Yeah, I guess I was always realistic about, I know it's exciting that we're getting a new quarterback in here, and I think most people were. I think most of it was just like a change, but I think deep down we all knew that this offense wasn't like we were seeing the worst offense in the league. We're going to throw in 40-year-old Joe Flacco who hasn't played well, and we're going to be, slinging it all over the field. We were hoping for it. I guess it was a foolish hope, but it looks about what you'd expect from a 40-year-old immobile quarterback. Yeah, 2 times that he's, checked it down to Tanner Hudson. Craig Sandlin was like, why not Gesicki or Noah Fant? Why are we going to Tanner Hudson? I wanted Tanner Hudson off the field last year. So they'll take over at the 20-yard line. If you guys want to feel better, we have made it through a month of the Joe Burrow timeline. Of the projected 3 months, we're at a month. There's something about Flacco. My buddy's been sending that text all week from, I think his name's Stravo. Someone I know that comedian is talking about something about Flacco. Ooh, after 60 Minutes tonight, be sure to tune in to the new Matlock. Can't miss television. Matlock. With Kathy Bates. Matlock. Tonight. Pitch play to start the drive for the Green Bay Packers out to Josh Jacobs. It's a gain of 3 yards as a pitch out of the shotgun. Man, Lambeau Field's hideous, isn't it? Just terrible. I mean, it just looks like a disgusting stadium. I don't know why anyone would want to go there. Yuck. 2nd and 6. 126 yards to 23 total yards between these two teams. And 110 of them were on the first two drives for the Green Bay Packers. Screen play out to Josh Jacobs. We meet him in the backfield. He evades 1-2 tackles, but too much as our defense does a nice job gang tackling. It's right back to the line of scrimmage. Trey Hendrickson actually getting out in the flats to make that play. 3rd and 6. It's historic, Reid. Yeah, I don't care about historic fields unless it's baseball. Unless it's the second oldest field in Major League Baseball and a federal landmark that for some reason has ivy on the walls. Third and 6. Can we get another 3 and out? We send 4. Jordan Love's getting rid of it quickly. It's going to be brought down right at the line to gain. I think they're going to have it. Yep, they're going to give him the first down. Wasn't a bad play. We actually got some pressure there pretty quickly, and Jordan Love had to get rid of it. A nice job of working quick. Carter playing well. We were out of sorts there on this run play, but we still stuff it as they try strong side, and it's a loss of a half a yard. We have some defenders playing well, man. Captain Buckeye, my biggest fan. Thank you for being in here today. Appreciate you having you in here. 2nd and 10. Can we turn up your volume? Yeah, sure. I'll talk right into the mic. How does that sound? 2nd and 10. Fake the handoff. Love. Deep drop. Trying the right side of the field. Nobody home as he overthrew the tight ends. Gesicki's out. Back injury. And we'll turn me up just a little bit. We'll go a little louder. Now I'm peeking. Overthrew his intended target. 3rd and 10. Blackmore, you are my biggest fan. Love you, Blackmore. 3rd and 10. Jordan Love dropping back, alone in the pocket, trying downfield. Matthew Golden with the catch. Dropping the bucket for Jordan Love, and that's a really good pass and catch. Thought we were going to get off the field. They tried downfield, and Matthew Golden's having a great day. Keeps both feet in. Did he, though? Did both those feet hit the ground? So, all right, yeah. All right, they're pretty clearly hit the ground. I was thinking maybe when he did that hop sketch, maybe only one hit, and then when he brought that foot down again, it hit the line. That was a good pass, guys. I mean, I know Cam Taylor-Britt stinks right now, but that was a good pass. They're out to the 35-yard line, 1st and 10. Love alone in the backfield. Stepping up in the pocket. He's got to get rid of it and makes a pass to Josh Jacobs, and he's got the entire field to work with. Out to the 10, brought down at the 4-yard line. And that's just, man, that just sucks because it looked like Love was coming up out of the pocket, and he was. Jordan Love was just going to run the ball and kill the play. The last second before he, crossed the line of scrimmage, he sees that wasn't going to be there anymore. And he just dumps it off to Josh Jacobs. And it was Carter that came up and After that point, it was Josh Jacobs off to the races. No one there to help. All right, 1st and goal from the 6. Can we hold him to 3? Hand off to, play action, Love, and there's flags all over the field. It's going to be defensive holding on us. It's Dax Hill on the play. Tried for Tucker Kraft. Yeah, it's going to be all over us. I mean, it was pretty clear. I could see it. So CTB called on the holding. It's automatic 1st down. Man. Need a big play here from someone. 1st and 10 from the 3. Hand the ball off to Josh Jacobs, who, he just waltzed right into the end zone. And Josh Jacobs scores the first touchdown of the game. Packers go up 9-0. All right, well, we need something offensively here in the last 4 seconds. It's our ball to start the second half. I'm not going to say it's an ass whipping yet. But if we 3 and out here, man. Defense is trying. You're right, Natty Ron. Chatterbox says ball game. We'll see. Certainly didn't like our odds. But I thought the ball game was over before it started, but I guess we can call it now that they're up 10. Need something here. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Craig Sandlin. We get a little 2-4-1, little 2-4-1, little 2-for-1 action. Who knows? We can get this interesting, but we're going to need at least for a couple first downs from that offense. Going to need a couple first downs from that offense. Can I mute our admin? Who said that? Probably the boss. Call him ball game there. Yeah, our offense ain't going to score a whole lot. That is true, but we'll see. Shout out to Cam Taylor-Britt. Doesn't get many snaps anymore, but golly, when he's in the game, you remember it. Just a little breather right here. Think we can fire Trace? Think that's possible? Teasing. On this week, we can. Don't worry, I'll get back up here in a second. CBS and Paramount Plus, they are, I'm sorry I keep talking about these commercials, but they are wringing that Tyler Sheridan towel dry, baby. Need a couple first downs here. We get points on the board, we're still in this thing. Although I would argue maybe we were never in this thing. But if we get points on the board, we're still in this thing. Hey, say what you want. It took them 26 minutes of play to score. 26 minutes of play to score a touchdown. So, we keep that going. You could argue that our offense hasn't done anything either. All right, here we go. Kick is off, fielded out at the 2. We're trying the middle of the field, hits the brakes out at the 23 and is hit out at the 25. There's going to be a flag on the play and a holding. A holding would just kill any perspective of driving. Ooh! Unnecessary roughness on the defense? Okay, start us out at the 40, big dog. Thanks, ref. Agree. Just unnecessary. He knew what he did right away. You had him down. The whistle was being blown. You didn't need to throw him down. First and 10, 3:58 here in the half. Joe Flacco under center. Let's get this offense cooking. Play, action play. We got some time. Trying downfield. And miscommunication between him and Uno as he throws one almost directly into the hands of the cornerback of the Green Bay Packers, but instead it goes out of play. Man, we finally get some time on a play action. And, yeah, Jamar just, he slipped down. It wasn't miscommunication. Jamar just slipped. 2nd and 10. It was, I got excited. Can I be honest? I got excited on the deep ball. 23 yards of offense through our first 3 possessions. Love to see it. Play action play again. Flacco giving it to Drew Sample. Now this offense cooks, baby. Now it starts. We got the ball to Drew Sample in open space. This defense is cooked. It's a loss of 3. It's a loss of 3. Now we go. The JV game looks good between the 49ers and Tampa Bay. Thank you for tuning in to the real game. 3rd and 13. Like to see what we're going to draw up here. Flacco drops back. He's got to step up in the pocket. He's got time now, and he just dumps it downfield to Tee Higgins. It looked like he was throwing it away for a second, but was trying to dump it over top to T. Way over top of him. Just a desperation heave on 3rd and 13. And the punt unit's coming back out. This might get to 17-0 before halftime. Four drives into the Joe Flacco era. And we don't have a first down. But we've always been a third quarter team. I've always said that. Romeo Doubs gets it out at the 8. Why do you take so long to start moving? He fields it at the 8, takes like a second and a half, a beat, before returning, and he's brought down at the 16. So an 8-yard return. Ryan Rico. Oh, we do have 1 first down. That's right. We have 1 first down. That's right. Thank you. The play calling is terrible. I thought the play calling actually on that drive was pretty good. I really did. Other than the tight end screen. I apologize. Tee Higgins got the first down. I remember now. $2:50 to play. Zach has to stop being the play caller. Guys, I guess I am going to disagree with you. I don't know if he needs to be the stop being the play caller, but maybe our offense just isn't very good. Maybe this team isn't very good. 1st and 10 from the 17-yard line. Jordan Love trying the middle of the field, has a man that is a deep post route to Tucker Kraft. It's going to be a gain of 20+. Another one of these. First 2 weeks were fun. Think about it. Both these teams started out 2-0. Neither team has had a win since. Just something to think about. 3 weeks after both these teams started 2-0, neither team has a win. Today, that ends for one of us, probably us. 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line. It was a gain of exactly 25, and they hand the ball off to Josh Jacobs, who gets across midfield and then some. So he gets a gain of 12, and he's brought down at the 48. Oh, man. 2-minute warning. Okay, hear me out now. All right, listen. Buckle in here. Buckle in. We're gonna tighten it up. Buckle in. Buckle in. Here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna surrender another first down. They're gonna try a field goal. We're gonna call timeouts because we're gonna need a sack like on that first down. It's gonna be like 2nd and 13. We'll call a timeout. They'll try to run the ball again. We'll call a first down or timeout. They'll miss the field goal. We'll have good field position. There'll be about 40 seconds to play. Joe Flacco is going to look like prime Brett Favre at Lambeau Field. We're going to go score before the half. We're going to get the ball to come out the second half. First play from the line of scrimmage in the second half. Boom. Breaks it off. Chase Brown, 80-yard run. 70-yard run. All of a sudden, we're looking up. We got the lead. Simmerate on that for a second. All right. Let's get back to our regularly scheduled content. I'm telling you guys, our defense is playing fine. Like, I know they've broken down a few times, but our offense has not been on the field at all. And our defense isn't good enough to not have rest. All right. So if I give you guys a line right now, I'm going to give you guys a line here. We've now seen, 4 drives of the Joe Flacco era. Do we score more than 10 points today? 10.5. That's the line. 10.5. Do we score more than 10.5 points today? Because you know what? I think we do. Getting wide-eyed here. 1st and 10. 47. What a blessing it is to watch this Bengals team. 1st and 10 from the 47. Fake the handoff. Jordan Love dropping back, looking over to the left side. Completed? You get both those feet in? Or did Juan Drago Turner push him out? 2nd and 10. Incomplete pass. Love it. To loyalty to me, to my... 1:55 to play after the incomplete pass. Love with a man to his left, 4 wide. We put 4 men on the line. We rush 4. Jordan Love dumping it out to Josh Jacobs in the flats. Brought down in the field of play. It's going to be 3rd and 7. Yeah, don't call a timeout. 3rd and 5 here. If Green Bay was smart, they let this clock run down. Random Guy's official account is in the chat, so thank you, Random Guy. Give us a like. 3rd and 5. Need a play here. Need a big play. It's 3rd down. Oh, under review. What's under review? That he caught the ball? I'm not listening to the broadcast. What are they reviewing? That he fumbled it? Or that he went down out of play? Whether it was a catch or not? Oh, inbounds are out. Okay. I was like, what? All right, so if he's out of bounds, then there's just more time on the clock. Thank you. You guys, if there's intricacies of the broadcast being talked about, whether it's the broadcasters or something happening on, I can't hear. I can't listen to the game. Can't do it in the studio. I should probably get an AirPod and just put it in my ear so I can at least hear what the broadcasters are talking about. All right, play stands. Dude, you have 3 timeouts. Like, you don't even need that extra. I don't know why LaFleur's so gung-ho. Like, you have 3 timeouts with the ball on our side of the field. You should, if anything, like, you've got plenty of time. You can go over the middle. Like, nothing is lost there other than 20 seconds, which, I don't know. All right, 3rd and 5. Jordan Love dropping back deep over the middle of the field. Incomplete pass. No flag thrown. And they're going to be punting. Or are they? Or are they? It wouldn't be the biggest thing in the world if they went for it here. They keep throwing it to Juan Drago Turner, and he's having a hell of a day. It's a great play. Jordan Love. I mean, stop. They're crying. That's the thing about these Packers team. They're never hard-nosed. They're always complaining about the refs. They're not like our Bengals. Not a hard-nosed bunch like our Bengals. Snap is good. Punt is off. Chuck Nasty calling for a fair catch out at the 6-yard line, and that'll do it. Can I say something? Am I allowed? It's my stream, so I'll say it. And you guys aren't going to like this, but I'll say it. I miss watching Joe Burrow play football. This is tough. I miss watching Joe Burrow play football. But we got an excellent opportunity for a 2-4-1. Give it to me. Here in the chat. Bam. 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 2-4-1. Joe Flacco is about to cook here. I'm going to talk like this. Joe Flacco. Pitch play out to Chase Brown. Chase Brown, good play here. Good play. Get a first down and some. Woo-hoo-hoo! Woo! First down, baby. It can happen. It can happen. Woohoo! Fire me up. Yeah. Let's rock and roll, baby. What a play. Let that clock run down, too. Uno for a first down. Let's go. Back-to-back first downs? Are you kidding me? Joe Flacco on the out route to Jamar Chase. Let's go. Another one. 37 seconds to play. Guys, our defense played fantastic that first half. Give kudos to our defense. They played fantastic that first half. Even if it all breaks down in the second, they played great for 30 minutes. Let's get him some points here. Joe Flacco dropping back to pass. He's got time. He's going to dump it on down. Oh, my God. Why do we play a D2 quarterback at tight end when we have Noah Fant and Mike Gesicki? I know Gesicki's out. But are you kidding me? Tanner Hudson catches a pass and falls down right after he catches it. Jesus. The only thing Tanner Hudson's ever been good for on this Bengals team was when he would do our QB sneaks instead of Joe Burrow. Oh, my gosh. Joe Flacco, 6 for 11, 26 yards. That's a line. That's a pretty good line right there. Got 2 timeouts, 30 seconds. Can we get in field goal range? Can we at least try rip a 62-yarder? Flacco, time in the pocket. Dumps it down to Andre Yoshivas, who catches it. And it's going to be 3rd and 2. And we had presumably called our second timeout. Drew Sample has. Go look at the Drew Sample touchdown against the Bills. Was that last year? 2 years ago. What a blast that was. Third and 2. 26 seconds to play. Why do I feel like there's just not a chance we get a first down here. We hand the ball off to Samaje Perine. So we're going to call our final timeout. Or we're going to go. Call the timeout. All right. Well, we got the first down. We'll call our third and final timeout. $22 seconds. So everything's got to be on the perimeters. I haven't even gotten an opportunity to get ecstatic or depressed or whatever. It's just been almost exactly what I thought this game was going to be. Ugly, boring, all the above. No win there at Lambeau. God, what a terrible stadium that place is. 1st and 10. Flacco from our 42-yard line. Probably got to get 25 yards. He's alone in the backfield. He's got time. He's rolling out to his right. And he's just going to throw it away. 2nd and 10. Yeah, it took 7 seconds, and we don't even get an attempt. All right, here's what I'm saying. On this play, unless you just get bombarded by a pass rush, take a shot at Jamar, please, or T. We've got to at least throw the ball their way. Oh, my God. We throw the ball to Fant. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, and we clock it with a second. We got the ball with a minute, had 3 timeouts. We used them all. We got 1 second on the clock, and it's a 75-yard field goal. Is it 70 yards? Is that what it is? We are 12 yards behind. We're punting it, right? That's McPherson. We're going to kick this ball. Okay? Hopefully we can tackle. If this thing gets returned for 6, I'm done. I swear I'm done. But here we go. This is fun. 67-yarder. 3, 2, 1. Snap. Kick. It's down the middle. Does it got leg? Oh, did it go through? It went through, too. They called a timeout, and it went through. He boomed it. It was perfect. Oh my gosh. He boomed it. Oh my gosh. All right, we just warmed it up. This one doesn't have a shot, right? 67-yarder. I can't believe he made that thing. Snap is good. Kick is up. It's waning right, and it's returned out to the 7, 8. If they return this thing for a touchdown, I'm done. All right, they didn't. It's about 5 yards shy. And it's halftime. 10-0. I can't believe that first one went through. Man. With the pressure, just had to get more air under it. Yeah, it wasn't close. And it was right. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Craig Sandlin, Andrew Collinsworth will be coming up here in a second. Thank you so much. I'll be back in the second half. I'll be on the postgame show. We're going to take it through there. Who knows? Maybe this Bengals team could pull a rabbit out of their derriere. We'll be back in a second.
There at the end that Flacco started to play a little bit better, and it's not all on him. We'll get to that. But yeah, it's another first half where they put up 3 or less points. It just simply isn't good enough to win a football game.
Yeah, let's obviously from the perspective of the Bengals, I think they have to figure out exactly how they get Joe Flacco and this offense going. But the truth of the matter is that this was a very safe first half. And, Joe Flacco didn't turn the ball over at all, which was obviously one of the main concerns for many coming into this game. And, I think at the end of the day, if they want to have a chance to win, they've got to, maintain possession of the ball and keep that safe. And Joe's probably giving them what they're asking him to give them so far here in the first half. And that's just a clean football game, even if it's not exactly the most sexy football game.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't tried to do too much. And, we saw a couple of times where he threw the ball down the field. And the one time Jamar slips on his route, there's been a couple of times or instances where that has happened. And that's just kind of something unfortunate. It's got to be a little bit of a difference going from practicing on turf all week to then going in and playing on the grass. So I'm sure that's a little bit of an adjustment, but it's not something that they shouldn't be not used to at this point. And, Flacco is doing kind of exactly what I thought, if I'm being honest, because I just didn't see him being able to really dive into the game plan or learn the playbook the way that you kind of mentioned. They haven't really opened it up totally which is kind of a theme every game for Zac Taylor. But yeah, I'm okay with how he's playing. He's keeping them in the ball game for now. But at some point in time, if you want to win this thing, you're going to have to start taking some risks.
Let's take a look at the first half stats brought to you by Chatterbox Sports. That is inaccurate, Craig. Come on. Bengals trail the Packers 10-0. I guess I got a little optimistic there and put the 3 on the board after Evan McPherson's field goal that got called back after the timeout. But Joe Flacco, 8 of 15, 40 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Chase Brown, only 4 carries in the first half, 24 yards for the running back. Jamar Chase, 2 catches for 14 yards. On the defensive side of the ball, though, Geno Stone had that interception, but it came off of a tip pass from DJ Turner. DJ Turner having a career game here in the first half, two tackles, but 4 passes defended. We talked about Nixon in the pregame show, and DJ Turner must have saw that and said, well, let's get our numbers up there, because Nixon came into this one with 7 passes defended. Turner now 4 in the first half. Look, I think you mentioned it, but this is probably not completely that similar or dissimilar from what the Bengals were kind of expecting or hoping for in the first half under Flacco. Get his feet under him. Got to remember, he obviously has sat the last week or two behind Dylan Gabriel in Cleveland, trying to get him ready. So, he's getting his legs back under him at this point, and felt like towards the end of the second half, whether it was just timing related or otherwise, started to throw the ball a little bit more. He had that deep out to Jamar Chase where Uno slipped on the out route and then tried to get it downfield a little bit more there towards the end as they were trying to move the ball downfield for that last drive. But what did you like from Flacco? What didn't you like from Flacco? What do you want to see from him in the second half?
Well, it's kind of exactly what we thought in terms of what he's good at, right? Like his processing. And if we're comparing him to Jake Browning, his processing is faster. He's taking care of the football. He's throwing it away. And, there's been a couple times where the pocket has kind of collapsed on him, but he's also gotten out of trouble twice now, I think 2 or 3 times maybe, which, we weren't totally banking on that. So from the game management standpoint, it's been good. And that's kind of what you were hoping to see out of him. But the Packers secondary, credit them. They've done a good job of just kind of locking down the receivers. And I think Flacco's played just fine. You kind of touched on it. Is it the timing? Is it the tempo that they were using there at the end of the first half? Is that why they started to find more success? Maybe it is. And if that is the case, is that something that you try to implement more of? I'm not sure. I think that you have to try something out. But it's time to get creative, man. I'm really tired of watching the second and long 2-yard halfback draws. It's not working. Let's move to something else.
How do you feel about a tight end screen to change things up, Andrew?
Oh, that really made me happy watching that. I was so mad, but then Reid put it perfectly when I was watching the stream, so I didn't bother bringing it up now. But since you want to bring it up, that was pretty horrible.
I think it's interesting, right? You mentioned it for Flacco and just his processing, right? I felt like we saw it even early on where he was making quick reads, some of those quick throws. Maybe that's not the most exciting offense, and maybe it's not exactly what we're hoping for as we get deeper into the Flacco tenure with his big arm trying to get the ball downfield a little bit more. But definitely felt like I saw it early on where he was reading the defense better. He was finding the open receiver and getting the ball to them relatively quickly, even if not in the most exciting manner. Only 1 first down through the first 4 drives for the Bengals before that last one. Finally got a couple of first downs on the board. They end up in that first half with just 4 total first downs, 1 for 6 on third down, but not really putting themselves in a whole lot of successful position on those third downs to be able to convert either. So the big story for me, at least, time of possession, Andrew, a 30-minute first half, and the Green Bay Packers had the ball for 21-44 of it. This defense felt like, honestly, they played one of the best halves that I've seen them play this year, holding Green Bay 2-10. Felt like they were swarming the ball. Felt like they were tip your cap to them. They just not a whole lot happening from the Green Bay offense, at least not in terms of points, right? It's a little bit of a bend, don't break defense at this point from Al Golden, 240 yards, but only 10 points.
Yeah, I think defense holding on is a perfect way to put it, because they've been out there for at least 3/4 of a football game at this point. 21 minutes and only 30 minutes of action, even more than that, practically 22. It's been tough for them to be on the field that much, and for the Packers to only put up 10 points, I see as a massive victory. And, I think it's time that we start giving the defense a little bit more credit, because they did kind of the same thing in the first half last week. And it's really because of the offensive struggles that the Bengals have had that this defense hasn't been very good at times, because they've been out there so much and they've been put in horrible positions. That's why they're giving up points at this point in the season. So I think we just kind of have to reassess how the defense is, because I've been impressed with them through the last 3 weeks. I don't know about you, Craig, but it seems like they're playing a lot better as of late.
Yeah, it feels like they're not getting the credit that they deserve because the offense isn't putting them in a good position, right? So This game's a little bit different because they haven't turned the ball over and has allowed the defense to truly, do what they're supposed to do in that bend don't break, versus last week where we saw them having to defend short fields against the Lions on multiple occasions. And it's really putting them in a tough spot, right? Versus this week where they're not turning the ball over. And as a result, this defense is allowed to play the way that they want to play, which for better or for worse is going to give up the yards. But we saw the big takeaway from Geno Stone on the pass that was defended by DJ Turner early in the first half after a drive by Green Bay. That was a big momentum switch. Unfortunately, the offense not ready to truly capitalize on that. Obviously, it's the opening drive from Green Bay. You're going out there with Joe Flacco in his first drive of the year for the Bengals, and not exactly a creative play call to start the game as they try a end around with Jamar Chase and then Samaje Perine right up the middle, and then a short pass to Jamar Chase for a couple of yards before punting it away on a 3-and-out. That was a little disappointing. Would have liked to see them, hey, I know that we want to ease you into this game, but at the same time, we just got a big takeaway. Let's try and stay on the field a little bit longer, give our defense a breather, and also reward them for that takeaway by staying on the field and getting some points on the board, something that the Bengals now in this first half have not been able to do. So the question becomes, Andrew, how do you get points on the board here in the second half? What's your plan for Joe Flacco, and how do we make it happen?
Well, it seems like to me, and this has been the case for the last few weeks, that Zac Taylor is calling plays to get first downs. And at a certain point in time, you just have to call plays to score points, because they're going in this, they're trying to gain 4 yards of play, 5 yards of play. And then when that doesn't happen, you're playing behind the sticks the entire time. And you talked about the outside run with Jamar on the first play. And I get, Samaje Perine's probably your better protecting back. So when he goes into the game, the defense is probably thinking pass. But on 2nd and 13, handing the ball off to Samaje Perine just seems asinine to me. It's just I can't wrap my head around the play calling when we have these two unbelievable and very talented wide receivers that we just, for some reason, don't like to target. We're throwing the ball to Tanner Hudson and Drew Sample and giving the ball to Samaje Perine. You just have to rely on your playmakers and have to start calling plays as if you're trying to score points and not trying to get first downs.
Yeah, absolutely. Trey Hendrickson officially questionable to return with a back injury. Bengals will get the ball to start the second half. Charlie Jones takes it up the left side, and he'll be out to the 38. And will they get a late flag on the hit? They do. It looks like they might even get an extra 15 and start this drive in Green Bay territory.
Wow.
We'll start it there oh, no, they called a holding. I lied. Holding on the Bengals. I saw the flag. I got excited. I thought maybe it was a late hit, but it is not. So with that, we'll hand it back to Reid Maus. He'll walk you through the second half. I'll join Reid after the game to break it all down and hopefully a Bengals win. Until then, Who Day. Let's get a win.
Who Day is right, baby. Let's go. Let's get this offense rocking and a rolling. 1st and 10. Let's go. Joe Flacco under center. Pitch play out to Chase Brown, trying to create an edge. He turns it back in towards the middle of the field. It's a gain of 5 yards. This offense is cooking. Get the spices out, baby. Thaw the chicken. We're cooking here. 2nd and 6. Second and 6 from the 31-yard line. 2 out, wide and open side. Right back to the pitch play. We're doing it again. Chase Brown turning it upfield to gain of 4 yards. We're getting 4 yards every play. Here in the sign up, getting 4 yards every play. 3rd and 2. The Bengals have not scored a touchdown in the first half in 4 weeks. I think it's been 25 consecutive drives without scoring a touchdown in the first half. Pretty good. 3rd and 1 here. Let's get a first down. Joe Flacco from the shotgun. Sends Noah Fant in motion. Bringing him back towards the line. 3 seconds. Noah Fant on the chip block. We go to Samaje Perine. Stuffed at the line. But we get a late push for the first down. This offense is electrifying, baby. Let's rockin'. Let's rollin'. I do remember that, Craig. It's on me. I'm not flawless. If I was, I'd be up in heaven. Instead, you get me in Hamilton, Ohio. I got my flaws, 1st and 10. Joe Flacco dropping back to pass. Got a clean pocket. Looking for Jamar Chase out on the out route, and we've got it a completion. Joe Flacco, Jamar Chase for another Cincinnati Bengals first down. I'm bringing the energy. You're bringing the energy. We're all bringing the energy. Give us some likes. Let's score a touchdown. Trey Hendrickson, he's probably out. Mike Gesicki, he is out. We're still only at the 45-yard line. Joe Flacco, play action. Looking for Jamar Chase. Ooh, Jamar Chase brought down after a gain of 5 yards. If he could have gotten past that tackler. Brought down at his ankles. Flag on the play. It's a late flag. I didn't see it in the backfield before the pass. He's pointing in the direction of the defense. I don't know what this is going to be. All right. So 1st and 10. Out to the 50-yard line. After the penalty on the defense. Yoshivas sent in motion. Drew Sample on the strong side. Hand the ball off to Samaje Perine. Misses one tackler in the backfield. Slips through. Meets the linebacking crew to gain of 5 yards. I have a side business of lawn care, but I do not aerate. 2nd and 4. Dare I say, a heave ho. I'm scared of. Yeah. All right. 2nd and 4. They send a blitz package, and the pass out to Tee Higgins is incomplete. Great play there by the Packers secondary. That's a really nice play. It's a really nice play in zone coverage. All right, 3rd and 4. Let's keep it moving. That was the first non-positive play. Joe Flacco takes the snap. Over the middle of the field, completed to Tee Higgins on the slant route. We're out to the 35-yard line. Joe Flacco completes a pass to Tee Higgins for another Cincinnati Bengals first down. We've had, 4 first downs in this drive? We had 3 in the first half. Moving the ball. We're moving that skin. We're moving it. First and 10 from the 35-yard line. Pistol formation. We fake the handoff. We're rolling out Joe. And it's a screen play to Andre Yoshivas. It would have, it's incomplete. He doesn't hold on to the ball, but it wouldn't have been anywhere anyways. Let's bring this camera down just a tad. Second and 10. We hand the ball off on the draw to Chase Brown. We're going to get at least 5 yards, and this offense is coming out kind of to play. I really like they're inspiring something at this point. They're playing with a lot of heart right now. So we hand the ball off to Chase Brown. It's a gain of 9 yards. Really only should have been a gain of about 4. They have come out with some attitude. That's a good call, Sean Connor. 3rd and 1. We hand the ball off once again, this time to Samaje Perine. He's met at the line to gain when they give it to us for the first down. They should move the chains. And they do. So out to the 25-yard line. We're in field goal range. But we got to get in the end zone. That is another first down. Joe Flacco hands the ball off to Samaje Perine for another Cincinnati Bengals. First down. Don't forget to watch Slime Time on Wednesdays nights on Nickelodeon and Paramount Plus. Slime Time. 5 p.m. on Wednesdays. Not even a screenplay, just a quick out to Jamar Chase in the flats. Gets a gain of 5. Second and 4. Now at the 19-yard line. This drive has already taken up 6 minutes of play clock, shortening the game. Yeah, don't miss Slime Time on Wednesdays at 5. It's can't miss television. Second and 4. Flacco takes a snap, dropping back, and the play is blown dead after the flag. On the D. On Micah Parsons. What a bum. Micah Parsons, you bum. Did we not get a free shot there? So 1st and 10, now at the 14-yard line. Peppa Pig and Caillou. I think the rage is Bluey. I've heard good things of Bluey. 1st and 10. I'm sure there'll be something new in 3 years. Joe Flacco dropping back, looking over to his left. Now he's looking over the middle of the field and has Andre Yoshivas, who drops a ball for the second time this drive. It would have been a gain of at least 7-8 yards. Maybe Andre isn't used to getting the pill that quickly. Because Flacco's slinging that thing. Yeah, he just didn't bring it in. Took his eyes off. Golly. That would have been a gain of 6 yards. So now, for the first time, we are behind schedule. It's been a 7-minute drive. Ball on the left hash mark from the 14. Over the middle of the field. Tee Higgins, and he's just short of the goal line. Out to the half-yard mark. Tee Higgins on the post route. And we're hurrying up to the line. Chase Brown's in the backfield with Flacco. We take it from shotgun. And there'll be a flag, and we're going to false start. Oh! We can't have that. We can't have that. I love it. I love the idea. So we get this huge play to Tee Higgins to get to the 1-yard line. I mean, he might have scored either, too. And I love the idea of rushing up to the line, but then we go in shotgun, and then we false start. Golly. First and goal from the 6. Let's get one to Uno. Another one? If it's another one, I'm losing it. I don't know what's going on. But the play was blown dead. Tee Higgins has to report off the field. What'd he do? Has he got blood on his jersey or something? Is that even a rule in the NFL? I know it is in high school, and I think it is in college. If you got blood showing, you've got to get it taken care of first. Oh, it's a concussion check. Okay. All right, thank you. First and goal from the 6. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown. He's looking for a hole. Finds one. Gets 2 yards upfield before being brought down and hitting a brick wall. Second and goal from the 4. We got to get in here. We got to get in here. Come on. We're bringing the energy. We got to get in this end zone. We can't settle for 3. And by the way, if we're not at the 1-yard line, we're settling for 3. We're making this a 1-score game if we have to. We got to get something to Jamar here. Yeah, really nice job by the Bengals of shortening the game, at least up, because this is a near 9-minute drive. And we'll finish probably close to that. Joe Flacco is sacked for the first time today. Just danced right around Orlando Brown, and it's going to be third and goal from the 10-yard line. So a loss of 4. Come on. Third and goal from the 10. Don't use a timeout. We're using a timeout. It's a 9-minute drive, so, I mean, that's pretty nice, but, man, you got to end in 7. It's to Uno, right? No, it can't be to Uno. That's too obvious. And without T out there, that's tough. I mean, we've got T out off the field. We've got Andre Yoshivas, who's dropped 2 passes, and he doesn't have that built-up chemistry with Joe Flacco already, so you can't really go to – if I'm Joe Flacco, I wouldn't feel comfortable going to Andre Yoshivas. Gesicki's out. So our options here are Mitchell Tinsley? Is Tinsley going to be out on the field? Here we go. Third and goal from the 10. Flacco takes the snap. They rush 4. We go to Tanner Hudson over the middle of the field. Tanner Hudson gets a gain of 7 yards, but is brought down at the 3-yard line. Are we going? This is kind of worst case scenario. We're going. I think I want points. I think I just want 3. you guys can kill me. You guys can kill me if we score this touchdown, but I'm saying here I want 3. I don't have any confidence in this. I hate it too. Just let's take points. Let's take points. All right, let's go. 5 seconds to play. Flacco takes the snap. Looks over the middle of the field. Finds in the back of the end zone. Tanner Hudson, I've never said a bad word about you. Do that Lambeau leap, baby. Yeah. Tanner Hudson. I've talked nothing but bull junk about Tanner Hudson this entire ball game, really for the last 2 years. And we get Tanner Hudson in the back of the end zone. It's a catch. 2 feet are in. He's holding onto the ball. His butt touches the ground. Tanner Hudson played Division II football as a quarterback, and he just got to do a Lambeau leap. If you don't want to, if you ever get sentimental about sports, that's beautiful. That man played D2 college football, and he just caught a pass at Lambeau Field as a visitor and got to do a Lambeau leap. Amazing. Golly, sports are awesome. And we're going to sing the damn song here in a second. Let's kick that field goal. That's awesome. Over a 10-minute drive, too. Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a-prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Nobody. Golly. I hated every second of that, guys. Listen, if you would have told me, I wanted to kick that ball so badly. I just wanted points on the play. If you would have told me that not only we were going for it on 4th and goal from the 3 with an offense that had 60 yards in the first half, if you'd have told me that the play would have been drawn up to Tanner Hudson in the back of the end zone, which I don't know if it was drawn up to him, but that's who we threw it to, I would have jumped off of this building that I'm currently in. It's 5 stories tall. Wouldn't have made it. Fire me up, baby. Wacko for Flacco. It's a 1-score game. Man, imagine that 67-yard field goal would have went through. It'd be 10-10 right now. I love this sport sometimes. I mean, we probably Craig, your math's wrong too, brother. That was a 10-14 drive. It's 4:46 to play in the third. Golly. Come on, D. That's right. Come on, D. Where's my math? I'm overthinking this, but golly, this sport is so much fun. This sport is so much fun when good things happen. All right, D. Man, if we would have made that field goal, and listen, guys, we're probably not gonna win this game. We're 14-point underdogs for a reason. More than likely, what's gonna happen on this next play is we're gonna give up an easy touchdown. Like it's gonna be marching right down the field. But what if we didn't? What if we get that ball back? That's a beautiful drive. That really is a beautiful drive. Sometimes the wrong decisions still come out with the right outcome. Hey, listen, I respect Zach for just being aggressive. Truly respect Zach for just being aggressive. All right, here we go. I will continue to talk junk about Tanner Hudson, but I'll say this right now. That is as awesome of a success story in sports as you'll get. A D2 college football player playing quarterback, and years later he's doing a Lambeau leap after catching a touchdown pass in the back of the end zone. Like, that is beautiful. Truly, the world's beautiful. Handoff. We're going to try and stretch our defense. Carter trying to... Man, what a hit. Coming up with a huge hit. Geno Stone. Geno Stone laying the boom. Safeties don't hit like that anymore. And I know why. It's because they need to be faster, smaller to guard more than they need to come up and make big hits. But that's a huge hit, dude. It's the same shoulder tackle that he tried earlier. This time it actually got him. 2nd and 7. Empty backfield for Jordan Love. 5 seconds to get the snap off. 3 seconds. Takes the snap. Four-man pressure, and they have a quick slant route that's going to be to Romeo Doubs for the first down. They'll move the chains. Yeah, someone give me an update on... I can't listen, so someone give me an update on Tee Higgins, if we get one. All right, he's back out there. Handoff to Josh Jacobs. He's going to have a huge run here, and he does. It's going to be a 12-yard gain. Are they across midfield? Yeah. They're at our 44-yard line. I don't know if it was by design that we were trying to shorten the game, but we did, and it's a great thing when you're outmatched. So now we got to figure out a way. We've already gotten one turnover. If we can prevent them from scoring here, that'd be amazing. 44-yard line, 1st and 10. They're trying to pound the rock, and he's brought down after a gain of 4. Slayton on the tackle. It ain't over yet. I mean, I just clearly don't like our chances.
Room for 6 full-size passions.
2nd and 7.
A car that doesn't elevate everyone's experience is a car that stops short of amazing.
Love quickly gets rid of it to Romeo Doubs, who's going to have a first down and then some. Out to the 29-yard line. Five seconds, 1st and 10 from the 29. I mean, they're just dicing us up. Dicing us up over the field. Can we hold them to 3? Tucker Kraft, this time with a catch. Trey out for the game. Not good. Not good. Joseph Asai's played well. No Shamar Stewart, no Trey Hendrickson. Got to be able to hold them to 3. Hold them to 3 here. Can we get a sack? One time. 2nd and 3. And they're going to run the ball here. And they do. Hand the ball off to Josh Jacobs. He gets the first down. We need a sack. We need a sack or a classic Jordan Love terrible decision. Man, this is a quick game. They might not even have another play here in the 3rd quarter. They're lining up. There's 13 seconds on the game clock, 14 seconds on the play clock. 1st and 10 from the 17-yard line. They take the snap, hand the ball off to Josh Jacobs. He is brought down after a gain of 2.5 yards. And that'll do it here in the 3rd. Let's put our 4s up, baby. Blake Maislin. We should get Blake Maislin to support our 4th quarter stream. It's the 4-4-4 stream. Actually, remind me to do that. Someone remind me to do that tomorrow. Reach out to him. All right, 4s, baby. We won a quarter. We won a quarter. I'll tell you guys right now. We win the fourth quarter, we win this game. Just saying. We win this fourth quarter, we win this game. Need the fours up. Who sells those ads? It's a combination of me, Trace, and Sean. Mostly Sean. But I would love to get some commish. I make some sales. I've done some sales. On the other business, but yeah, not on this one. That's not true. I've done some Chatterbox sales. Just not ads. High school stuff. No, you're telling me that ad came through on the CBS ticker? Gosh darn it. Darn it. We had a CBS ad go through. Gosh darn it. One day I'll figure out vMix and all of the intricacies to make sure everything's muted when it needs to be. Gosh darn it. All right. We're still rocking. We're still rolling. End of the third. We're just going to have to cut that out later on. It was loud, and it was louder than you. Gosh darn it. All right, we're going to win. We're going to win here. We scored one touchdown, and I feel like our offense is rolling. Yes. Y'all are in Houston? No, we're not in Houston. You kidding me? Hamilton, baby. Cincinnati. H-Town. Second and 7. All right, we got to hold him to 3. Let's lock back in. Hand off to Josh Jacobs. I mean, he just marched right into the end zone. I mean, that was gross. That was disgusting. They hand the ball right off to Josh Jacobs. That was disgusting. Oh, man. I mean, he looked like he was a grown-up amongst children. That was disgusting. All right. I mean, he just looks so much faster than us. That was gross. Okay. I need a breather. Everyone, I need a breather. Kick is up, and it is good. We're going to pan the camera down here for a second. I need a seat just for a second. It's just for a second. I just need a breather. All right, here we go. We got to score here. We score here, we make this game interesting. We make this game interesting if we can get some points on the board. That's all we need. We shortened the game with a 10-minute drive, which was beautiful. Honestly, one of the better drives we've had all season. Not that that's an astonishing accomplishment, but one of the better drives we've had all season. Can we repeat it? We might have pissed them off a little bit just by the way that I knew that their offense was going to come out and cook us. Just knew it. But, oh well. Casey McAllister is driving home from an event. We had an event working in the Chicago Marathon today. So that's where Casey's coming from. This was, to be honest with you, these last 2 weeks were our hardest weeks of work of the fall, and our falls stink. But we're back, baby. Better than ever. This week stinks too, but it's neither here nor there. And next week, I got to go out of town again. But hey, we're here, baby. I need a big play. You know, I just need one big play. Because I don't think we're going to march it down the field like we did last year. And then we got one of those a game, and we just did it. So we're going to need a big play. I'm scared, though. That being said, I'm scared that that's going to be the first thing we go for. Some play action downfield, and Joe Flacco gets sacked for a loss of 5. Man, play calling's tough. Because as much as I'd love to take a shot downfield, do some play action, I also understand that if we get 2nd and 10, it's not a good spot to be in. Or even worse. Shot to chase, like, I would love it. Like, it feels like this is the time to do that. The problem is I just can't take a sack, and I don't want to throw an incomplete pass. Charlie Jones slips and flips his way to the 23-yard line. It looks like Charlie Jones might be banged up a little bit. Molly, I saw you too. Why didn't we say hi? We both saw each other. I think I was getting ready. I think I was working hard, but I should have said hi. I'm sorry. I apologize. But it was nice seeing you. I saw you and your sister. All right. Depending on how this first play goes is if I stand up or not. 1st and 10. Joe Flacco. Shotgun. Looks like Orlando Brown got ahead of it. And we do take a shot to Jamar Chase, and he completes the catch. That's why he's elite, man. That's why, Jamar Chase is just elite. Whoa. 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 Come on down. What's going on with this camera here? There we go. I don't know what just happened with this camera. It just got like auto. 1st and 10. Pitch play. Chase Brown. Is he brought down by his face mask? He got spun around. Second and 11. 1 sack is the issue. That's right. But, man, what a great pass to Jamar Chase. Where are we at? We're out to the 40-yard line. Man, that's some room to work with. It's a huge pass to Jamar Chase. I said I'd stand up if we got a big play, and we got the big play. Gotta love when you double your offensive output in one drive in the second half. Man, a 17-play drive is amazing. 2nd and 11. Joe Flacco, Jamar Chase. Love it. Gain of 5-6 yards, so it's going to be 3rd and 5. Got to get this first down. 3rd and 6. We get this first down, we can go for it. We can't go for it where we're at on the field. Unless it's 4th and 1 or something like that. Then we can go for it. But we can't go for it if it's 4th and 3, 4th and 4. We get across midfield, we can take shots. Down 10. 3rd and 6. It looks like they have like 6 guys on the line. They blitz. Flacco's got to get rid of it. Tee Higgins makes great separation, has the first down. That's a great play by Joe Flacco. That is a great play and a really nice job by Tee Higgins. Flacco immediately recognized the blitz and just got rid of it quick. That's a veteran. That's why you have a veteran. That's why you go out and get Joe Flacco. Jake Browning panics and doesn't have that play. A veteran makes that play. That's huge. Tee Higgins with a great grab, creating a little separation there too. First and 10 from the 48. Flacco. He's got time in the pocket. Surveys the middle of the field. Has Tee Higgins open, who lowers his shoulder out to the 28-yard line. His offense is cooking. All right. 1st and 10 from the 29. Let's go. Give us likes. Likes. Come on. Little energy here. Oh, thanks for showing us the highlights of the JV game. Baker Mayfield and the 49ers. Oh, Baker made a nice play. Did you just see what Joe Flacco did? Golly. Let's go. First and 10. Now they're blitzing Joe Flacco like crazy. And a great pickup on the block. That is a great pickup on the block. We didn't get anything out of it. Who was in the backfield? Had to have been Samaje. Show us the replay there. Yeah, who picks up that block? Chase Brown. Chase Brown, great job. They brought some pressure there, and Chase Brown did a nice job. Okay, 2nd and 10. Ball on the 29. Can't take a big sack. Can't turn the ball over. Three seconds to play. They push it off. They're sending 5. Screenplay. Chase Brown. He's got some space. Can he make one guy miss? He does not make a guy miss. It's a gain of 3 yards. That was a nice play. He didn't have a whole lot of space. They sent some pressure. We ran a screenplay to Chase Brown. Wasn't a whole lot of room to work with. Stressed here. 3rd and 7. Heart rate is at, that's good, 70. My standing heart rate's good. 3rd and 7. They're blitzing again. Flacco over the middle of the field. It's tipped up. Yoshi, hold on to the ball. Yoshi can't deal with the fastball. He can't catch this fastball. He can't. Yoshi cannot catch Joe Flacco's fastball. That's his 3rd drop today. Is he throwing it too hard for you, Yosh? I mean, what the hell? He was open, too. Golly. We got to make the field goal. 45-yard attempt for Evan McPherson. Oh, man, I just got really stressed out. Come on. Come on, Evan. Drill this. Left hash mark, 45-yard field goal. 10:47 to play. Snap is good. Kick is up. It's in the middle. All right, we made it. All right, I got really stressed out. All right, 17-10. Yoshi, catch the ball, dog. He's open, too. That's his problem. Am I making too much out of it? Can he not catch Flacco's fastball? I know Flacco's got a great arm, but Burton's not on the active roster. He was a healthy a healthy scratch. All right. Come on, D. Come up one time. It's Mitchell Tinsley time. Yeah, it also stinks because, like, the role that Yoshi has, like, if Yoshi can't catch today, which he clearly can't, that's his 3rd drop. If he doesn't have it today, which one of the drops wasn't even, like, a hard pass. It was a screenplay. Like, he might just be off. The problem is without Yoshi, like, the guy that kind of runs Yoshi's role is Mike Gesicki, and he's not there either. Like T and Yoshi and Gesicki kind of have similar roles sometimes, at least over the middle of the field. And Gesicki would be better than Andre Yoshabas in that role, but we don't have it today. Can someone tell me where Noah Fant's at? I haven't seen him at all. Yeah, you can't have a slot receiver that can't catch. If we get a turnover, guys, I will go berserk. Ballistic. By the way, fun fact, I just found out that the phrase lunatic, I don't know where berserk comes from, but the phrase lunatic comes from like the old adage that people lose their mind over full moons. That's why luna, moon, lunatic. Fun fact. Just found that out. Learn something new every day. Yeah, he has been in there, but it's been like run games. Like no targets. All of our targets wide or tight end wise has been Tanner Hudson. Yeah, we just don't have anyone in the slot. Yeah, what a bad year Chase Brown's had. What a bad year he's had. Yeah, we get to do it again Thursday. Our first Thursday night game this year. We got another one. It's on Thanksgiving. I'll be I don't even know if we'll do a live stream, but because I'll be in Florida and I'd feel bad having anyone working on Thanksgiving. So that one might be a no-go, but we'll see. Man, that's a lot of room for the return, man. They're out to the 38-yard line, maybe the 40. Craig, you're the man. You're the man. They not do Thanksgiving down there in Memphis? First and 10 from the 38-yard line. Jordan Love, plenty of time in the pocket, trying something downfield. Oh, I thought we had a play there. Geno Stone just didn't see the ball. Romeo Doubs with a big completed pass there across midfield. Geno Stone was right there. You know, anytime that a ball gets thrown downfield and the first thing you see is your defender, you get really excited, and I just got really excited right there. Yeah, he just didn't see the ball, did he? Man, he cuts up just a little bit. Stone makes a play there. Did Love not see Geno Stone? Because Geno Stone's right there to make a play. First and 10, fake the handoff. Incomplete pass to Matthew Golden. Haven't heard his name in a while. It's been since the beginning of the second quarter. Geno Stone playing well. Geno Stone's playing well. He missed that one tackle early on in the game. Man, if we can prevent them from scoring here, this can get really exciting. What a play, man. Oh, that was Juan Drago. What a play, man. DJ Turner, have a game, dude. Have a game, dude. Run the ball. Fake the handoff. Play action over the middle of the field. Josh Jacobs brought down by Carter. Short of the line to gain. It's a gain of 8. DJ Turner's having the best game. Correct. I thought it was Geno Stone. It was DJ Turner who is having the best game I can remember him playing professionally. He's playing fantastic, dude. 3rd and 2. They're going to run the ball here, aren't they? Pistol formation. Now he's going to run up under center. Fake the handoff, rolling out right. Jordan Love. Now he's going to step back. He's trying to step through the pocket. He's going to have the first down. Ooh, almost broke up that play. The rollout wasn't there. We did a nice job creating and establishing a line. He couldn't keep rolling out, so he had to step up. I thought we were going to get lucky there. But he gets the first down as he slips through our defensive line. Man, without Trey Hendrickson, we're just depleted out there. And even with Trey Hendrickson, we're depleted out there. 1st and 10. Oh, I don't like that. I just looked at the CBS score. Yeah, I don't like what's going to happen here. 1st and 10 from the 35. Handoff to Josh Jacobs, and he breaks through one tackler, make it 2, and he's pushed out at the 20. Hold him to 3. Golly. Yeah, we don't have the time to score twice. I just don't think we have. I mean, they're going to bleed off 2 more minutes, 3 more minutes, and we're not going to have the time to score twice. Hold him to 3. Hold them to 3. I will not get mad at our defense regardless of what happens for the rest of this game, because they've played more than well enough for our team to compete. Play action, play out to Tucker Kraft. He dives forward and he's in the end zone. 23-10. Oh, we needed points there. We needed a touchdown, didn't we? 7:33 to play. Just a little out route on a rollout to the right for Jordan Love, and Tucker Kraft just bulldozes his way. Good effort, Cam Taylor-Britt. Don't look like you're scared to tackle, brother. I really was a huge Cam Taylor fan, too. I was a huge Cam Taylor-Britt fan 2 years ago. He's just been miserable. All right. Can we make this interesting? No Trey is hurting us. Yeah, I mean, our pass rush isn't good with Trey. No Trey, and this thing is kind of a dumpster fire. But, yeah, we're going to have to take some shots. Our line looked better last time. I mean, they started blitzing a lot more. The Packers did. And I thought we had some success navigating those blitzes. We did a nice job protecting him. But, yeah, all it takes is one blitz. I mean, like, we get too far behind the line or too far behind schedule. It feels like the whole drive's blown up just because from behind the 8 ball we are to start with. All right, let's go score. Listen, we score here. It makes it, we can get it interesting again. I don't know if we're going to stop their offense from scoring once more, but let's make it interesting. Let's at least try that. Big Bang Theory with their second spinoff. Good for them. Come on, bring back the football. I'm tired of seeing your... I mean, what's it say about CBS that all of their commercials are just their own programming? Like half of their commercials are their own programming. You struggling, CBS, to sell ad spots for this 4 o'clock NFL slate? Golly. All right. Return it, and we're going to take the touchback. All right. I'm cool with that. Starting at the 35-yard line. I mean, you take that every time. If they want to kick it in the end zone, we'll take the touchback. All right, 35-yard line. We need a touchdown. We needed a touchdown last drive, but I didn't mind taking the 3. Keeping it a 1-score game. Let's get the heart rate back up. One drive to make it interesting. Please. Please, sir. I don't think I'm asking for a lot. I don't think I'm asking. The last Cincinnati, this is a tidbit from Jay Morrison talking about DJ Turner's day-to-day. DJ Turner has 5 passes defended today. The last Bengals player with 5 or more defended passes in a game was Jonathan Joseph in week 9 in 2009. So it's been a while. Oh, I'm going to hate the kickoff rules. I think the new kickoff rules boring. I disagree. I feel like there's a lot more returns. I think there needs to be some tinkering. I don't know. There's something that needs to happen with the new kickoff rules because more than ever, kicks or games are being finished on kicks, like field goals, which I know is probably what they desire. They want more exciting things, but it's just not every game should end in a field goal. Like point blank, if you score to take the lead in the final minute, you shouldn't have to worry about losing the game with 20 seconds left. You shouldn't have to worry about that. I don't know. Andre Yoshivas? Legacy drive? It would be so hilarious if they ran a trick play on this first play. It would be hilarious. All right, let's go. 7 minutes, 33 seconds. The NFL on CBS. You sound like a grandpa. Thanks, Haro. 1st and 10. Flacco finds Jamar Chase open, and we get short of the line, first down line. I got to stop saying line to gain. It's becoming a crutch. Also, I don't know if you guys have realized this. Craig's done this. Jacob did this last year. Elliot did it a few times. Like, we all have our different styles. I ain't doing exclusively play-by-play. If I did, I'd have the sheets in front of me. And maybe you guys would prefer that more, but I just like sitting here and watching the game and just expressing it all as it happens. 2nd and 1. Take the snap, hand the ball off to Samaje Perine, who gets a gain of 2, maybe 3 yards, and we're out to the 47-yard line. But a first down. The defense is pathetic. They've played bad the last few drives, but I think our defense has been more than fine today. I mean, even if they give up 31 points, like, it's just you lose Trey Hendrickson, you're without your first-round pick, Shamar Stewart. Like, sometimes things get tough. Flacco over the middle of the field, finding Noah Fant. There's Fant. We're across midfield. Little comebacker. It's a gain of 6 yards, 7 yards. 2nd and 3 from the 46. And Marius Mims is coming off the field. He was limping before the last play, and I don't think he can play right now. That's not good. So we're putting in Cody Ford. Yes. Cody Kia. Here we go, Cody Ford. Let's see what you got, brother. Trying for Jamar Chase, and they throw the flag as the comebacker for Jamar. He's hit as the ball's coming his way. Yeah, they didn't make a play on the ball. Yeah, that's pretty clear pass interference. I mean, it was a bad pass. You'd say all that stuff, but they didn't make a play on the ball. They just hit Jamar Chase. You can't do that. It choked him. Yeah, his hand around. He wasn't making a play on the ball. Hara says we're winning this game. I don't know about that. If we get in the end zone, though, that'd be at least fun. Flacco looking for Chase. God, Chase is so good. I mean, a gain of 5 yards. Chase is unbelievably good. 2nd and 5. Run the ball here. Good anticipation by Flacco, too. Good chemistry there. 5:10 to play. Down 2 touchdowns. We have 2 timeouts. They have 3. Not eye-popping game from Jamar Chase, but still a pretty good game, I think. I mean, all of it's been in the second half. When you only get 67 yards in the first half, pretty much all you can hope for. And Jamar Chase over top of... Oh, that's T. That was T. Incomplete pass. Threw one up to T on the sideline downfield. Wasn't there. 3rd and 5. Like I said, I would have preferred a run play, I think, but... Oh, man, T is so good at those high-point balls. Just didn't bring that one down. Third and 5. Got 2 downs to get it. That's why I wanted to run, because I knew if we got, 3 yards and it's 3rd and 2 and, you open up a lot of the playbook. But I don't. Okay. I got 2 downs to get it now. Flacco. Send some pressure. There it is. First down to Jamar Chase on the slant route. I mean, they're all over him. Jamar's getting kind of banged up, and there's a flag on the play. It's coming late. It's got to be on them, right? If it's on our offensive line, I'm done. Legal hands to the face. All right, cool. Penalty declined. I mean, they are draping Jamar Chase. And he's still playing well. I mean, we're just getting it to the best player on the field. Getting the ball to the best player on the field. Keep protecting Joe. Keep protecting Joe. They send 4. Dumps it down to Chase Brown. Makes a man miss. All right. Nice. Little carry. After the catch. Gain of 6. 2nd and 4. 2nd and 5. Man, this thing's a play ahead of me, huh? 2nd and 5. Flacco just getting rid of it. All right, 3rd and 5. 4:21 to play. Got 2 downs once again to score or to get the first down. Third and 5, 4:21. Flacco talking to the line. He's got 3 seconds to get the snap. They got it off. And we just toss one up to Jamar Chase, and it's not there. Didn't have enough time as that one's deflected. Got to go. We got 40 seconds. Can we get a play in before so we're not just heaving one up to Jamar? .417. It's game right here if we don't get this, guys. I mean, the game was probably lost a long time ago, but it's game right here if we don't get this. Yeah, they're going for it. 4 minutes left, down 2 touchdowns. Got to go for it. One time. Come on. Get this for me one time. 5 seconds. We're calling a timeout? Or they're calling a timeout. Okay, they use a timeout. Oh, I don't know what the play is here. Yeah, we got to go for it. I mean, we can't just kick a field goal. I'm sure some of you guys that probably have a Bengals plus 14.5 ticket or plus 4. What'd the line finish at? 14? Yeah, plus 14 ticket would like them to just kick the field goal. But we got to go for it here. Rick S. says, I'd look TE here. Yeah, I mean, they're calling a timeout, and if I'm in the huddle if I'm in the Green Bay Packers huddle, the one thing I'm saying is like, it can't be Jamar. I know that's who we want to get it to, but it can't be Jamar if I'm them. Noah Fant. T. 10 seconds on the play clock. 4:17. Flacco. Getting the protection. Takes the snap. They send 5. He's got time. Looking downfield. Jamar Chase makes a catch in the end zone! What a pass! What a catch! Jamar Chase is unfreaking believable. Unbelievable. I mean, just toss it up to Jamar, and he's the best freaking wide receiver. Look at that! And if that flag wouldn't have been thrown there, I would have lost my god darn mind. But it doesn't need to because he caught the freaking ball because of a great ball from Joe Flacco and Jamar Chase. All right, let's go. We're going for 2? All right, let's go for 2. Hell yeah. Let's go for 2. I love this, by the way. Love this. Going for 2. Let's go. That's the best catch Jamar Chase this year. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Come on. 5 seconds on the play clock. Take the snap from shotgun. Flacco looking over the left. Now looking over the right. He's got to get rid of it, and he finds Chase Brown for the 2-point conversion. It's 18-24. Come on, D. Come on, D. Tuning up the bands. Let's sing the damn song. Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run, passer, boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go. Come on, D. 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning, 4 minutes to play. Let's go. Come on, D. Haro, member for 24 months. Jamar is unbelievable. I cannot believe that. What a drive. Chef Golden, let's cook something up here, Albert. Oh, man, I'm fired up. See, this is why we make the move to Joe Flacco, by the way. Joe Flacco might win us no more games than Jake Browning does, but we are a more competitive team with Joe Flacco. And if Jake Browning was our quarterback, we wouldn't be experiencing this right now. This is why we're fans. This is why we're fans. This is why we sit down, even knowing the Cincinnati Bengals are 14-point underdogs. This is why we sit down and we watch them for this moment. Our heart rate is going through the roof because we love this gosh darn team. Let's get a stop. Let's get a stop. Let's get a stop. Come on, bring the D. Craig Sandlin puts on a good chat. This is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot. I'm hot because I'm fly. You ain't because you not. This is why I'm hot. All right. Romeo Doubs returning it out. It's a long return. He's brought down at the 37-yard line. It was a 10-second play. I was getting scared there. All right, D. Joe Flacco with a great second half. Slinging that pill. He slings it, man. I swear, I don't know why Andre Oshabas has had 3 drops today, but he's been pretty sure-handed. I think probably part of the reason is Joe Flacco's giving a heater. One time, D. One time, D. Look at that beautiful blue-eyed boy, Joe Flacco. 1st and 10. Handoff to Josh Jacobs. Brought down after a gain of 4 yards. Second, they're going to give him 5 on the game tracker. Josh Jacobs does a really good job at falling forward. He does a really good job at that. Josh Jacobs is really good. Let's go. Need it. Need it. 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. They're going to run the ball again here. Come on. Bring the boom. Bring the boom. 4, 3, 2, 1. Fakes the handoff. Jordan Love stepping up, and we come down with a sack! Let's go! Geno Stone! Coming up, safety blitz. Stoner! 3rd and 9. They got to run the ball now, right? That is huge. Sack. Come on, baby. What are they playing? They got to run the ball, right? They got to take it to the 2-minute warning and punt it away. No, they should go for the first down. Because 2 minutes is plenty of time with 2 timeouts. Did we call a timeout? Okay, I actually like not calling a timeout, if I'm being honest. I like not calling a timeout. 3rd and 9. 5 seconds to play. Jordan Love. Bunch package to the wide side. Takes the snap. Dropping back. Rolling out to his left. He's trying something downfield. And it's completed to Matthew Golden. Deep in our territory. That's game, right? That's game. Matthew Golden. Yeah, Cam Taylor-Britt and Jordan Battle. Frick! Oh, that's a dagger. That's a dagger. Because now they can just run the ball, bleed out as much time as possible. I mean, when we stop them, they can kick a field goal. Maybe we get a missed field goal. Josh Jacobs brought down that sack was electric. Timeout. Yeah, we call a timeout. 2:19. We got to hope for a missed field goal. It's the only thing we can hope for. We got to stop them, have them kick the ball, and then when they kick the ball, we got to get a missed field goal. That's what we're hoping for. That's all we can hope for. Oh, man. Neither of these teams have won in a month, by the way. We haven't won since week 2. They haven't won since week 2. Don't forget they have a new kicker. Yeah, that's what we got. Where are they at right now? They're at the 26. So, I mean, they're going to run the ball. I mean, even the best case is they get down to, the 22, get 4 yards, 5 yards. And it's a 40-yard field goal. We just got to hope for a shank on a 40-yard field goal. Kickers don't miss 40-yard field goals. It's dead. It's dead. But what if it isn't? Oh, man. Sean Connor, big throw by Love, yeah. I was wondering if they were just going to run the ball, and then I was at first like, they got to run the ball to get it to the 2-minute warning. I was like, no, it doesn't. That's too much time, so they should take a shot. And even, you just tell them, just don't throw an incomplete pass probably. I don't know. Even then, it would be 2 minutes, 30 seconds. And you'd have 3 timeouts. Yeah, it'd have been fine. Yeah, it was. Man. They played better today. They point blank played better. Can we get him to kick? Don't forget to miss CBS original FBI on tonight. CBS just has all their eggs in the procedure, the crime procedural dramas, don't they? There's all their eggs in that basket, baby. All right, 2nd and 7. 2:19. We got 1 timeout, 2-minute warning. They've got 2 timeouts. Matthew Golden with a really nice game. That's a good pick by them. 15 seconds on the play clock. A lot of men on the line. Fake the handoff. They're rolling out Jordan Love to the right. Throw an incomplete pass. He runs it and just slides himself. He was never going to throw an incomplete pass. It was either going to be take it yourself or throw a complete pass. 3rd and 2. Now take us to the 2-minute warning. Please don't tell me we're going to another commercial. I'm going to lose it if we go to another commercial here at the 2-minute warning. Oh, my gosh. Why take a timeout there? I don't. All right. Craig Sandlin and I will be on after the game. Andrew Collinsworth, thank you so much for being a part of the pregame and the halftime. I'll be sure to unmute Craig's mic. I swear, Craig, you don't believe me, but I swear I've not been muting your mic the last few weeks. I did mute your mic at halftime today. I don't know, guys. Flacco played better. I mean, this was about, other than pulling off a crazy upset, this was about the standard we played well that I was looking for. Like, in my brain, you can run through 100 simulations in your brain. How's this game kind of look? How's this look? And most scenarios where I was like, hey, we played well, looked like this, to where, it's late in the game. It's a one-score game. If we can get a big stop, maybe something exciting happens. But we just don't get that stop. Which, not to beat the drum about why I don't like college football. Like, if this was a college football game and it was like an unranked team versus the number 1 team or like a number 3 team in the country, and it was a one-score game with like 4 minutes left, everyone would been losing their mind. Like, oh, they're going to lose this? They're going to lose this? Like, deep down, you knew that the Packers were never going to lose this. And this is just what happens in the NFL. Yeah, Sean Connor said that first half left a lot to be desired. Mason Miller closes his game out. What about Miller Maus? Who's a better closer? Mason Miller or Miller Maus? All right, 3rd and 2. Ball at the 21-yard line. Can we stuff it and make them kick? Can we stuff it and make them kick? And hope that they just shank one. Or we block one. There's been seen some crazy field goal blocks. I don't know the last time I've seen the Bengals block a field goal. Timeout called by the Packers. If they go to commercial, I'm going to lose it. They're not going to, but if they did, I would lose it. They just wanted to see our front, how we're lining up, and they're going to adjust accordingly. Cat Dog, Sir Boy Wonder coming here, said this team is awful. Yeah, I don't think we're very good. Can they give us some exciting season, though? Can they give us some exciting games? Can we upset a Steelers team on Thursday? I'm actually intrigued to see what that line comes out. I mean, it'll still probably be like an 8-point spread. If I had to guess. 8-point spread. It's at home, though. 3rd and 2. Here we go. Jordan Love. Trying to draw us off sides. They're passing the ball? And he throws an incomplete pass. All right. I don't. 4th and 2. I can't believe they didn't run the ball. Make us at least use our last time out. I guess it doesn't matter. But we get an incomplete pass. Good pressure. We sent the house. Geno Stone's been good blitzing today. Couldn't make Jordan Love make a decision. He's been rolling out well to his right all day. Why are we going to our left? I'm not LaFleur. All right. Please miss one. Hey, you at the field goal line. Miss it. Snap. Kick. Right down the middle. All right. That's game. 2-score game now. 18-27. We need to score and then get the onside kick. Although Evan almost got one last week, didn't he? But I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. They played better. I don't understand why everyone wants Caleb Downs. He's got no soul. He plays for Ohio State. Here we go. Kick return. 152. Too bad Zach wasted drives in the first half. I don't know. We haven't been playing well in the first half all week. I don't know. I don't know why the second half each of the last 2 weeks has just looked infinitely better. But we played well in that second half. We played very, very well. And sans pick 6 here. Looks like we're going to cover. Our first true cover of the season. Jake Browning, get that wing loose. Stay hot, baby. Good for Jake. Jake Browning warming up on the sideline is about as delusional as us thinking we're going to win this game. That's the same energy. He's like, I don't know, they might need me here in a second. And we're like, well, what if we score, get the onside kick, and then score again? All right, Flacco. From the 35. Buck 52. One timeout. Flacco in shotgun. Takes the snap. Surveys the field. Dumps it down to Noah Fant, who's going to have a gain of 7 yards over the middle of the field. Let's get back up to that line. Second and 3. Yeah, let's work with a little more pace here, guys. I mean, if we're going to do something cool, we got to work a little bit quicker. Flacco takes the snap again, this time over the middle of the field. We got a first down. We're across midfield. Samaje Perine with a big play. He's out to the 41, and he's churning. Maybe him churning his legs enough. Let us get enough time. Let's get under center. We going to clock it? All right, we clocked it. Second and 10, 109. I don't quite get clocking it there. At least gives us a chance to set up a play. Second and 10, we are out at the, 42? Kept Micah Parsons quiet today, thus far. I mean, he still can wreak some havoc here in a second. Flacco goes down to Noah Fant. Once again, we're staying on the middle of the field. We get 4 yards, so we're going to trade about 15 seconds of game clock for 4 yards. Flacco takes the snap. This time to Samaje Perine. Can he get out of bounds? Can he get out of bounds? Can he get out of bounds? They clock it. All right. So it's 4th and 6. We kicking? Are we kicking? Are we kicking? I don't hate that this is what you should do, right? Kick the field goal. It's a 60-yarder. Okay. 56-yarder. Okay. And this is what you do. But would have liked, that's why we checked it down, those 2 plays. Get in range. Evan, I need 2 of the best kicks of your career, brother. I need 2 of the best kicks of your career, and we'll make this stream real fun. I need you to make this field goal, and I need you to get a beautiful onside kick. Have we ever gotten an onside kick from Evan McPherson? Someone looked it up. I don't think I can't. My memory bank doesn't have any. All right. 56 yards from the left hash mark. We take the snap. The kick is up. Hang on. And it missed. Wide right. That's ball game. 27-18. They'll knee it out. I mean, you kick it there, but... All right, had enough leg. That's ball game. They'll run 1 snap, and that'll be it. 27-18 will be the final here. Zach, don't be a jackwagon and call a timeout, please. And that's ball game. Or do they need to run more? I think that's it. Two and four, but looked better. 2-4, but looked better. 3 games that you probably gotta win them all, probably. Coming up here. Why aren't they out on the field yet? Just end it, baby. Can we make a rule? This is the final thing I'll say before we go to the post-game show. Can we make a rule that is just like, hey, can we, like, game's over. Like, the teams can concede. Just make a rule and be like, hey, we're good. Like, there's no way we come back here. We're good. I just start walking on the field. We're good. It's all good. We'll be right back here in 2 minutes. Post-game show coming up here on Chatterbox Bengals.
Looks right around Huntley. He reaches. Oh, that ball's out. That's live. Back the other way. Sam Hubbard. The Cincinnati Kid. Hubbard's got a convoy. Chased by Andrews. At the 30. The 20. He will score.
To the end zone. Down the field. And it is deflected. And gone. Touchdown. A.J. Green.
Goes back to throw. Men are coming late. Looks right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5. Touchdown.
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up. It is good.
Corey Dillon. He's gone. The knockout punch. You're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20. Touchdown. And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Johnson's coming. Touchdown. Cincinnati.
Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Chase for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
How about that? Oops. Let me get Reid off there again. I do this every time, Reid.
We'll iron out the kinks. We'll iron out the kinks for this entire show eventually. But
yeah,
maybe
one of these times. One of these times we'll realize, hey, we're running an intro video. You can just take the graphics off now instead of waiting. But instead, who needs to update the date on the final J-bar? Like, why would anybody ever do that? That's certainly not something that you would expect from a professional post-game broadcast. Is
that what we are? Is that what we're doing here?
I don't
Sure.
I guess
steer the ship, Craig.
All right, let's steer it back on track and get it underway. Look, Bengals fall 27-18 is your final in Green Bay. First half, they trailed 10-0. Second half, outscore the Packers 18-17. Reid, look, I think ultimately you said it this week that the expectations for this week probably weren't the highest, right? You come into this week, you have a opportunity with a new quarterback that's coming in. Short week for him to try and learn a brand new offense, probably a limited playbook, a limited opportunity to get on the same page with some of the receivers, and quite frankly, going up against a better team. And you come in and quite frankly, just expect to try and set your team up for success down the stretch because you have a string of winnable games coming up. And then you get into the game and you're like, all right, the defense is keeping us in it. The defense is keeping us in it. And then you come out of halftime, Reid, and you get what my math may have been wrong, but a 10-minute and 14-second drive to start the second half, and it ends in a touchdown, and you're like, is that an offense? That's not an offense. Certainly that's not an offense. And next thing you know, this team has you believing again. And you said it on the live watch along, make this field goal here and get an onside kick, and it becomes real fun. And unfortunately, unable to get the field goal through. But I got to be honest with you, like, I had hope coming into this week with Joe Flacco, but he showed me even more than I think I was expecting this week.
So I'll get into the Flacco thing in a second. I'll say this about the way that the Bengals played. Almost everyone unanimously looked at this game and said, new quarterback that just got here on Tuesday. He literally drove down Tuesday afternoon. And he hasn't played well. Like, Joe Flacco hadn't played well. And you're 14-point underdogs on the road against a Super Bowl contender. In the locker room, hopefully they're talking, this is a game we can win, this is a game. And in fandom, we can look at it and go, okay, we're going to fall to 2-4. But it's okay if we look better and we kind of start steering, just like we just did with this show, steering this ship back to where it needs to go, getting back to our intended destination, which is being a borderline playoff team if Joe Burrow comes back. And that's what they did. I don't know how often you think about, like, outcomes of a game throughout a week, being like, all right, what do I think's going to happen in this game? And, like, you run through it and you're like, well, this could happen. And then, no, what if, like, Joe Flacco plays really well? Then what does that look like? And almost every time it was hard for me to come up with a win. But in the solutions where I felt good leaving the game, and I'll be honest, as good as you can feel losing an NFL game 9 points, that's where I'm at right now, because we looked better in the second half. We saw some prominent things from that offense. And the defense had some big plays. And like I said, that was a true Super Bowl contender. This was the mean for, okay, we looked better. Because for quite point blank, for the last 3 weeks, and really the 2 wins that we had before that, we looked terrible. Well, we won the first 2 games. But then we get blown out by the Vikings, get blown out by the Broncos, get blown out for 3 quarters by the Lions. It kind of gets a little interesting there at the end. But we got bullied by the Lions. Probably worse than we did in the first 2 games. Just the score doesn't reflect that. And play to play, we got bullied by them. It felt good just to watch a team compete. That's how low the bar is. That's how down I was as a fan. It was good just to watch them compete. And for the second half, that's exactly what we did. Listen, we sit down on the couch, and sorry I talked for so long, but we sit down on the couch every Sunday to watch this team. And all you want to do is really be entertained. And you hope that your team makes it someday, but really you just want to sit down and enjoy your Sunday watching your favorite team play. And for a half, I enjoyed watching the Cincinnati Bengals play today. And I guess I feel more confident today than I did in the prior 2 weeks about the outlook of this team over the next few weeks, if that's the caveat you want to take away from this.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think ultimately you made the move for Joe Flacco, not necessarily for this week. Yes, you brought him in for this week, and he's your starting quarterback right away, week 1. But you brought him in because of your upcoming stretch of schedule.
Yeah.
And the fact that this AFC is wide open.
Mm-hmm.
You brought him in because at 2-3 and now at 2-4, you were a game back of a playoff spot in the AFC. And oh, by the way, you're going Steelers, Jets, Bears, Steelers as your upcoming schedule before getting the Patriots and the Ravens. And now you've got 6 games ahead of you where I'm not going to sit here and say you're going to be favored, because to expect a 2-4 team to be favored is kind of tough. You're going to be favored in 2 of them, but realistically, you should expect to compete in basically all 6 at this point. And with Jake Browning at the helm, with the way he was turning the ball over, it was difficult to see how you win more than 2 or 3 of them. Now I think you have hope to win maybe 4 or 5 of your next 6 with Flacco as he continues to learn the offense, get on the same page with these receivers, and quite frankly, just open up the playbook a little bit, because especially there in that first half, you were not seeing a whole lot of anything from a play calling perspective. You get the big turnover to start the game, and we'll talk about the whole game as a whole here in a minute. Just a pretty bland and boring offense to start this game. And that was probably scripted by Zac Taylor to try and ease Joe Flacco into the offense and into this game. But typically you're starting a game with somewhere between 15 and 20 scripted plays. Well, this Bengals team didn't get to its 15th or 20th play until the last drive of the first half, which resulted in a missed field goal. So, which again was 67 yards. So I don't want to just play that underwhelm it, whatever. But the way the first half went, just not a whole lot going there for the Bengals. And then you come out in the second half and you really see them open up the playbook a little bit. You're establishing the run game, which is what we talked about doing anyway. And next thing you know, you're driving 17 plays, 78 yards in 10 minutes. And you're like, all right, maybe this offense actually has some hope. And Flacco was trusting his receivers, which I think is something we talked about a lot, was making pre-snap reads, understanding the defense that they were going to give you, and understanding that your receivers were going to be in the position they need to be in order to make plays. And this receiving core made plays, and we saw it a lot with Uno. But I think ultimately when Joe Flacco had an opportunity to open up the playbook and throw the ball a little bit more, he showed me what I hoped to see from him. And that was better understanding of defense, better pre-snap reads, being confident in the ball and making the throws that he wanted to make. And quite frankly, the last piece of it is that he didn't turn the ball over. And I think if you can control the turnover game and win that battle, or at least not turn it over a lot, you got a chance to win. And I think that's the most you can ask for at this point with Joe Burrow being out for an extended period of time.
Well, there's 2 things that you can go ahead and pencil in for the next 6 weeks with Joe Flacco as our starting quarterback. That didn't happen today, and that was turnovers and sacks. And I'll get to, I think the offensive line actually did a pretty decent job at controlling it. But also, there was one play, and this is why Joe Flacco is getting starts over Jake Browning. I mentioned it a lot on the live stream. I don't remember the exact scenario, but it was 3rd and 5, and they blitz and send a lot of pressure, and it was an opportunity for us to go 3 and out. And Joe immediately recognizes that blitz, and he just gets rid of it towards Tee Higgins that he had an out route, had a guy there. Jake, that's a veteran play. Jake Browning doesn't make that play. Joe Burrow makes that play. Jake Browning doesn't make that play, and that's why you make that move there. The offensive line, I want to give credit to. I do. I want to give credit to, because I feel like in that second half we ran the ball well. And you're telling me a team led by Micah Parsons with Joe Flacco and this offensive line that we're going to have to be passing it a lot because we're going to be down late in the game? Every single Bengals fan in the country would have signed up for 1 sack, and that's what happened today. There was 1 sack. Lucas Van Ness, 1 sack. I can't even imagine the sports books how much money they took on a Micah Parsons sack. Because it just seemed inevitable. And this line did a really nice job, especially in the second half, protecting Joe. And Joe did a nice job at, when they're blitzing, all right, I'm going to get rid of it. In an early down situation, all right, 1st and 10, you want to blitz on me? I'll just dump it away, or I'll just throw it up to Tee Higgins downfield, or whatever. Late 3rd down, and you're going to blitz me, I'm going to throw it up to one of my elite wide receivers and see what they can come down to. And that's was incredibly encouraging to see. Obviously, the first half woes, I don't know what's going on with this offense, but they've really struggled in the first half now for 4 consecutive weeks. After the first 2 weeks, they scored on opening drives and looked really good. But essentially, this team was exactly today. It might not be next week or on Thursday. It might not be the week after that when we play the Bears and the Jets and everyone coming down the line. But essentially, this team looked more competitive than they did the last 3 weeks, which was the exact point that we talked about on Tuesday when the news came through that the Cincinnati Bengals traded for Joe Flacco. It's like, all right, this team's more competitive now. I don't know if it's a good team. It's probably not a good team, but they are more competitive now than they were before the Tuesday trade.
Yeah, they're definitely better than they were on Tuesday, and ultimately, I think that's all you can ask for the first week under a new quarterback.
Right.
And we'll see how it progresses as the season goes on, and obviously, when and if Joe Burrow is able to come back, the best that you can hope for at this point is that you're within striking range of a playoff spot. And last year, the Bengals were in striking range despite Joe Burrow playing the entire season. I think if Joe Burrow misses a majority of the season and you still are within striking range and he comes back at the end, you got to feel good about it moving forward, regardless if Joe Flacco can keep you within striking range. So let's take a quick look at how we got to 27-18, and we'll pick it up, of course, with the opening drive. The Green Bay Packers drove 11 plays, 47 yards, had the ball all the way down to the Cincinnati 19-yard line, and that's when a Jordan Love pass intended for Romeo Doubs was tipped by DJ Turner, his first of 5 pass breakups on the day, ultimately intercepted by Geno Stone, giving the ball back to the Bengals. Bengals unable to do anything with it, 3 and out, 1 yard, punted it away. The Packers on their ensuing drive end up getting a 20-yard pass to Matthew Golden and ultimately get a 43-yard field goal to go up 3-0. Bengals punt, Packers punt, Bengals punt again. But then on the Packers ensuing drive, they get a 35-yard pass to Matthew Golden and then a 29-yard completion to Josh Jacobs to take the ball down to the 6-yard line. 2 plays later, Josh Jacobs up the middle for a 3-yard touchdown and a 10-0 lead. Mentioned it earlier, the Bengals did get the ball back with 1:06 to go in the first half and were able to get the ball down to the Green Bay 49. Evan McPherson was trotted out to try a 67-yard field goal. His first attempt bounced off the crossbar and through, but Matt LaFleur got a timeout just in time. The field goal was waved off, and McPherson's second attempt ended no good. But then the Bengals got the ball to start the second half, and that's when things really started to click. 17 plays, 78 yards, no plays over 13 yards. Ends with a 2-yard touchdown pass from Joe Flacco to Tanner Hudson for the touchdown and to make it 10-7. But then the Packers get the ball back and go on their own 5-minute, 66-yard drive, ending in a touchdown of their own, a 14-yard jaunt up the middle by Josh Jacobs to make it 17-7. Bengals would get a field goal on their next drive and then ultimately give the ball back to Green Bay for a touchdown to go up 24-10, which felt like a little bit of a backbreaker at the time. But the Bengals got the ball back with 7 minutes and 33 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. And Joe Flacco led them on a drive of their own, including multiple completions, ending in a 19-yard touchdown pass to Jamar Chase on a back shoulder throw that Jamar Chase made a phenomenal play on. 2-point conversion was good to Chase Brown, made it 24-18. Bengals then held Green Bay to a field goal to make it 27-18. But then on their next drive, Evan McPherson unable to connect on a 56-yard field goal. And that was your final 27-18. Joe Flacco, 29 of 45, 219 yards, 2 touchdowns. Chase Brown, 9 carries, 42 yards, 2 receptions, 7 yards. Jamar Chase ended the day, 10 catches, 94 yards, and a touchdown. Mentioned DJ Turner. He had 5 passes defended in this one, along with a tackle for loss. Geno Stone, that sack and an interception. I put it on here, right? I think one of the surprises of this game, Reid, was that offensive line, and you mentioned giving them their props. I mean, we came into this one. I don't know who's sneaking in there. If that's Trace coming to
the
talk
boss
smack,
the boss is in the office now.
We're gonna have a trouble. We're gonna have a problem. Oh no. I thought the O-line held up well enough. Is he just gonna stand right here?
He's good. We're good.
The O-line. Look, we came into it. Joe Flacco not exactly mobile. Didn't expect a whole lot from this Bengals offensive line. But by the time it was all said and done, Joe Flacco clean a majority of the day. end up only 1 sack total for the game. That was by Lucas Van Ness. He beat OBJ, Orlando Brown Jr. on a speed rush on the outside. But other than that, kept him relatively clean. I was pretty happy with what I saw out of the Bengals offensive line in this one.
Similar to how I said, if you asked every Bengals fan in the country if they'd take 1 sack coming into pretty much every week. But if you would have told me, my jaw dropped when I saw the stat line of Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco dropped back 45 times. And we only got sacked 1 time. That's immense kudos to this offensive line, because like I said, it's not only that, but they ran the ball and kind of got a push off. Amarius Mims goes down, and we still played pretty well. Like, really a really nice job. Samaje Perine, Chase Brown had a couple big, picking up blockers and stuff like that. This offensive line holds up, and if we're trying to put on our rose-tinted glasses about this team looks a lot different if that offensive line can do what they did today. I don't know if they will. And in fact, there's a lot of evidence to say that they probably won't. But if they do what they did today, this team is very competitive. Not just like, oh, we can kind of stick in some games. We can win a game here or there. Like, we might get 6 wins at the end of the year, whatever. Maybe it will be exciting when Joe comes back, if he comes back. No, it's not about that. Like, this team is very competitive if the offensive line does what they did today, point blank. And that there's reason to get excited off of a 9-point loss. In the past 4 years, anytime that the Bengals lose by almost double digits, they're not happy. Today, we get to be a little excited because the team was a 14-point underdog, and they held their own against what I think will be a true contender in the NFC, a true contender for the Super Bowl in the Green Bay Packers. So, yeah, this offensive line deserves all the kudos in the world. I'll wait to see the PFF grades come out to see who played the best. I'm not going to watch all 22 film. That's for you, Craig. You can watch the all 20. You can watch the all 22 film. I'll let the professionals come out with the grades and tell me who played well. I don't got the time to watch all 22. But yeah, it's a pretty good day for that offensive line unit. Truly is.
Yeah. Well, I'll go ahead and pull it up. I don't have it just yet. I didn't have it up, which I probably should have, if we're being honest. I probably just should have pulled up PFF to start this conversation. But
yeah,
nonetheless, I think they did a good enough job. And the other piece of it that I thought maybe they didn't execute nearly to the level that I'd like to see them get to, but I saw an improvement from the run game today too. And that was something that we haven't really seen from this Bengals offense a whole lot. And I'm not going to sit here and try to act like 16 rushes for 55 yards is something to be overly excited about. But at the same time, I felt like the offensive line was opening up some holes for the first time basically all year. We had not seen anything in terms of a run game basically all year. And so for the first time, I felt like we actually were seeing something quality there, which is needed, especially with Joe Flacco under center, right? I mean, if you're going to have any hope of competing, you need to have a run game. I pulled it up so just so you can see. So from a pass block perspective, Dalton Reisner scored an 89.4 on the initial pass block score.
That's great.
Ted Karras had an 81.3.
Amazing.
Orlando Brown Jr. had a 73.7.
Okay.
Cody Ford in his
Micah
limited
Parsons.
snaps, 70.9. Yeah, against Micah Parsons and Lucas Van Ness.
Right.
Amarius Mims, basically an average player, 57.5, 60 is average. They have Jalen Rivers as terrible outing today, 22.9. We'll see what the final grade ends up being, but I didn't think it was nearly that bad. I mean, shoot.
I didn't notice anything.
They only gave up.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, they, as of right now, they have him credited for 5 hurries, 1 hit. So
okay,
we'll see. But I mean, that's a much better game from this offensive line than what we've seen throughout the entire year. And again, I think that Joe Flacco, I talked about this when they made the trade for Joe Flacco, Reid. I just think that his leadership and his professionalism is going to help this offensive line, because he's going to be able to call out protections better than Jake Browning ever was. He's going to be able to make sure that offensive line understands the calls and understands what the expectations are pre-snap better than Jake Browning ever did. He's been around this game for so long that that's just naturally going to happen. So I think it showed its way today. The fact that, again, certainly had to scramble a little bit, especially in the second half, but for only 1 sack and 45 passes, this offensive line definitely deserves some kudos for that.
Yeah, no, it's that's something that I didn't even think about with Joe Flacco, is just obviously the veteran leadership and knowing how to play the position, but how he can elevate the offensive line, which has been a mystery in Cincinnati, because it seems like guys have been successful elsewhere, then they get here in Cincinnati and they're terrible, and you're like, how does this continue to happen? But they played, the first game with Joe Flacco, they played well. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that and see if it continues to roll. Those are fantastic PFF grades from some of those guys. So we'll just keep a close eye, especially another good defense up front with the Pittsburgh Steelers coming to town this Thursday. So we'll keep a close eye on that. And before we segue into the next topic, I took a peek at the line for Thursday. Do you have a guess? At home, Pittsburgh Steelers, short week.
Steelers favored, Thursday night primetime game, national TV in Cincinnati. Steelers 6.5.
Almost 5.5. Encouraged by that.
Okay.
I'm encouraged by that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we opened the last 2 weeks at 14 or whatever. So
yeah, 14 this week, 11 last week, 7.5 in Denver, and it was 3.5 in Minnesota. So when a team's coming off a 4-game losing streak with a 40-year-old banged up quarterback against a 4-1, man, that's going to be some old quarterback play this Thursday. Pittsburgh Steelers.
81 years combined between the two. 81 years.
That's like 4 Anthony Richardsons. Yeah, so it's 5.5. That's better than I would have expected. If you would have asked me to handicap it, I would have said just off the dome 7.5. Would have said that 7.5. 5.5. I'm encouraged by that.
Yeah, I think you're encouraged by that. I mean, the Steelers. I don't want to give any bulletin board material. Not that the Steelers are watching Chatterbox Sports, but
they might be.
They're not a good 4-1 football team. I don't watch them and think, you know what, they're
not
really,
impressed.
Really good. They're going to come in and no. Certainly Aaron Rodgers' connection with DK Metcalf better than I had expected at this point in the season, but their running game is nearly non-existent still. And they're really not putting up that many points outside of the first week against the hapless Jets. So since that, they've put up 17, 21, 24, and 23. I seem to think that this is a game that certainly the Bengals at home on prime time with the crowd going crazy, hopefully, we'll definitely keep it close. But we'll break it all down here in a second. First, I want to mention that the defense and get your opinion here. It's tough because your expectations, I think, are not yours specifically, but I think the expectations of Bengals fans for this defense are pretty low. And maybe it's those expectations that are leading me to believe that this Bengals defense is showing improvement, right? I think that's the real question, Reid, is this Bengals defense actually good enough, or are they just better than as bad as we thought they would be, and therefore we think they're better than they are? They give up 27 this week. Obviously, I talked about it last week. I thought that they did enough the last couple of weeks for this Bengals team to be in contention. I know they gave up 37 to the Lions, but again, two of those touchdowns were in their own territory. They gave up 28 to the Broncos, but that was with an offense that literally did nothing. And then the Vikings, I don't even know how much the defense gave up because the offense gave up 5 turnovers and multiple touchdowns. So I'm not going to go there, but it feels like this defense is improving. It feels like this defense can get to what we wanted them to be, which is a slightly below average defense. Like, we're still not asking for the world, but am I wrong there? Like, is this defense not improved? Is this defense not doing enough? Do you want more out of them, or are you liking what you're seeing so far?
Without sounding contradictory here, I'm gonna just give you some stats from each game on this losing streak. First game, you give up 48 points to the Minnesota Vikings. The next game, you give up 500 yards of offense to the Denver Broncos. Last week, you give up 37 points. Today, you give up 400-plus yards of offense to the Green Bay Packers. That being, including 150 on the ground, 160 on the ground, which, I mean, that's not sustainable either. All that being said, yeah, I think you can get a little excited. There was, maybe not as a unit, when you're giving up 27 points and 400-plus yards. I mean, maybe if you handicap it and say your offense was doing nothing in the first half, so you get kind of worn down or anything like that, you can say, yeah, it's looking better. But there were individual performances today that you can kind of hand pluck and go, that's encouraging. That's encouraging. I like what I saw here. Obviously, DJ Turner, Geno Stone, two names that immediately come up to the mind in the secondary. I remember watching the game, and the first drive, they marched right down the field and scored. But you're sitting – no, they got the interception there. But they're marching down the field, and Jordan Love's got a lot of time in that pocket. And he's opting to either throw it away or throw it at the last second or run. And you're like, all right, the secondary's playing well. Because you can't see the entire field, but that's just what you're assuming. Or Jordan Love's playing terribly. I don't know which one it is. I think I'm going to prefer to lean towards the former, which is that we were playing pretty well. There are reasons to be excited across the gamut. You feel like a loser franchise when you say that. Your team gave up 400-plus yards and 27 points, but you're excited. But that's just where we're at. The bar, to answer your question, yes, the bar was so low. It was so exponentially low that you're going, we just need to play productive football. We just got to play mediocre defensive football, and this team can be productive. And I think this defensive unit can do that. Like with a Joe Burrow out there, I think that unit is sound enough to where you can beat a lot of really good teams in this league with room for improvement. Like a lot of young guys that are having opportunities and getting more time to play. Hopefully Trey Hendrickson's not out for an extended period of time. I didn't even think about that.
That's the biggest piece of it, right? Is Trey Hendrickson leaves this one with a back injury. We don't know a whole lot of details on that. I don't know if you've seen anything.
No,
come out.
I'm on Twitter
but I haven't.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see anything yet.
Leaves today's game with a back injury. Obviously, what happens after that will be up in the air. But yeah, right. Continue.
The last time you want to, that I was just saying, this defense is giving me a little bit of cautious optimism that they can be what we expected them to be, or we're hoping for them to be at the beginning of the year, which wasn't be an elite defensive unit. No one with a sound mind would have asked them to do that. It's more of a, can this team keep us in ball games? And I think this defensive unit can do that. Can they get a turnover here and there? Can they get a sack here or there? I know we got the big sack to get it to third down, but couldn't get them to turn the ball over or punt it away to us, which was a dagger, which obviously led to them icing the game. But this defensive unit is playing better, and I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing from Al Golden.
Yeah, I am too, and I'm not naive enough to think that this is going to be one of the premier defenses by any means. And I think one of the challenges is that they're a bit of a bend don't break defense, where they gave up 400 yards, but as weird as it sounds, they gave up 27 points. In that first half, Green Bay outgained the Bengals 240 yards to 65. And normally if you hear that, you're thinking, all right, well, Green Bay's up, 20-0? Well, it was only 10-0. And I know that's silly to lean on that, hey, we gave up 240 yards and only gave up 10 points. That's just what this defense is. The problem has been that they haven't gotten enough big takeaways, I think, They got the one today in the first half, in the first drive, that saved a touchdown or at least points. But they're going to need more of that. And whether that's Geno Stone returning to his ball hawking ways, whether that's putting a fist on a ball, whatever it may be, they got to figure out ways to get the ball back, because bend don't break in giving up a field goal every drive or points every drive only works for so long. And ultimately this defense gets worn down towards the end of the games. And that's when you start to see teams run away. Again, it was 10-0 at half. And this Bengals offense kept the defense on the sideline for 10 minutes to start the second half, but just couldn't keep Green Bay off the board after that. So they're definitely going to need to figure out a way to get those big turnovers, because otherwise bend don't break doesn't really work.
No doubt. All right, so I don't know if you have anything else from this game. I'll let you continue to steer the ship
on this one.
I was going to say before, as we kind of look towards the next game, which is Thursday Night Football against the Steelers. You remember the last time that the Bengals played the Pittsburgh Steelers at Paycor Stadium on primetime?
I think you're going to tell me.
The Ryan Finley game. The Ryan Finley, where the Steelers were really good.
Have a similar image of Joe Flacco falling forward for a first down and then turning to the camera and smiling.
The smile. Yeah, that was a game where we were, I think, 2 touchdown underdogs that we were winning. If you'll allow me, because I'm really good at these long tangents and stories, if you'll allow me to tell the story. That game I watched with my dad. It's COVID. So if you remember the COVID curfew mandate where like all the bars closed at 10 p.m., that was a Monday night game, if I recall. And I'm out with 2 of my friends and my dad, and we're watching the game, and my dad looks at us and goes, "Guys, if we win this game, I'll tell you what, I'll drive us all to the casino." And we're like, okay. So the game happens. It starts at 8, so the bars close at 10 p.m., and they're playing well, and we're like, guys, we got to go. We can't go home. We got to go find a place to watch this game. So we start patrolling all of the bars in Hamilton to see if anyone were breaking curfew on a Monday night. And we eventually find a place, and we stayed there, watched the rest of the game, won the game, and my dad took us down to the casino. But it was just funny because we driving around Hamilton. Hey, we're calling each other like, "Hey, Stumps is closed," or "Hey, the Chatterbox is closed," or wherever it is. And we eventually find a bar that let us watch the rest of the game. And we watched it all. We're cracking up as we're beating Big Ben's Steelers. And then went to the drove an hour long to the casino, and I won $500. So yeah, that's a good story.
Love it. Well, let's take a look at Thursday night's matchup. 81 combined years between the quarterbacks. Joe Flacco for the Bengals, Aaron Rodgers for the Steelers. Week 7 at Paycor Stadium. That'll be Thursday night on Amazon Prime Video. As always, we'll have you covered for a live watch along. Our pregame show starts at 7:45 Eastern. Reid, you planning on doing the watch along for that one? Or?
Yep. I'll be around for the next few games. The only one that I'm definitely out for is the Thanksgiving game. I'm out for that one.
Okay. All right. Thanksgiving it is. I'll pencil that one on my board.
We need to get you
but Joe Flacco and Aaron Rodgers will go head to head here in this one. The all-time series, Steelers obviously with a big lead on this one, 69-40. But over the last 2 years, Steelers 3-1 against the Bengals. Last year, if you'll remember, Bengals won a low-scoring game, 19-17, lost the high-scoring game, 44-38. We'll see how this one wraps up for the Bengals and the Steelers. If I remember correctly, this is the whiteout game. Reid, you know that to be true?
I don't have our Spirit Squad schedule. I say that condescendingly, but I do appreciate all that stuff. But I don't remember that because I don't go to the games much anymore. So I don't know what this is. I was depressed when they did Stripe the Jungle last week against the Lions. Seemed like we could have pushed that one off, postponed that one.
Yeah. We'll be here with coverage as always. Pregame show at 7:45. live watch along with Reid, and then a post-game show immediately following, hopefully, a Bengals win. Reid, last thoughts on Thursday's game and what it'll take to beat the Steelers.
I think it's a game that if we're being serious about keeping this thing afloat till Joe gets here. And I don't know if we are being serious about that. Like, I don't know what the best course forward is. 9 days ago, I was talking about how we needed to trade Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. I've since realized the error in my ways, and like that was just a knee-jerk reaction to what was going on. If we're being serious about this season, turning this thing around, we're going to need two things to happen. One is we're going to need the Ravens to completely just blow up their season. Like, we're going to need to go 5-1 in the division. And we're going to need to win this home game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, if you're counting wins, one of them almost has to be this Steelers game. Or it's got to be one of the two games that we're playing against the Steelers. And you like your chances at home when you got some positive momentum coming off a decent game against the Green Bay Packers. So you're hoping that it's this game, this Thursday, and you can kind of keep the ball rolling and then win a couple games against the Jets and the Bears. And I think you said on one of the shows one time that when you look at this 4-game stretch, you got to take 3 of them. And the hardest game on this 4-game stretch with the bye mixed in there is going to Pittsburgh. So if you're being serious about doing anything along those sorts, keeping the season alive, I think you've got to win this game at Pittsburgh. That's my take.
Yeah, I think that's a valid take, and it starts on Thursday night. You talk about potentially wanting to be a playoff team, and if you're going to be a wild card team right now, there's 3 teams tied at 4-2. So even though you're the first team out, you got some ground to make up. And so sitting at 2-4 now after today's loss, you know, a win can go a long way. You'd be only a game back in the win column of the Steelers if you can pick up the win on Thursday night. And so we'll see if this defense can step up and hold DK Metcalf in check. We'll see if this offense can get going against a stout Pittsburgh defense. But make sure you tune in tomorrow. Go ahead.
I was going to say, before you wrap this whole thing up, the final thing that I'll say, and it's something that's been hammered home, and I was just looking at the stats real quick. In games that we won last year, Chase Brown, or our leading rusher, had at least 50 yards in all of them but one. And that's not a high bar to climb. 50 yards in all of them but one. This year, the most rushing yards we've had in a game by a single rusher is 47 in that Jacksonville game by Chase Brown. We had 42 tonight from Chase Brown. So it's not a high bar to clear, but it's just something to keep your eye on. That, like, you talk about magic numbers. Like, if we get over 50 rushing yards, it seems to work more often than not for us. From a single guy. Like, we need Chase Brown to get 50 yards or Samaje Perine get 50 yards. So just something to keep your eye on.
Insane how low the bar is for this team to be good. Like, it really is. If you think about it and you think about what it takes for this team to be successful with the talent that it has and everything else, it really doesn't take much. You don't have to have otherworldly performances to be successful because you have so many different guys that can be successful on any given day. But the truth of the matter is that when defenses can key off on your offensive line because they know you're going to throw the ball every down like they have historically, that's why I thought the running game was so important today. Again, they weren't overly successful, but 16 carries makes the defense have to respect it a little bit. And 16 carries for an average of 3.5 yards, again, isn't great, but it's enough. And that's all it really takes. So I think the interesting usage of Samaje Perine today was something that we should certainly monitor, and maybe Zac Taylor will address it in the post game. Samaje started on the field in the first drive, so definitely interesting usage there. I don't know if it was Chase Brown being penalized for something or if it just was how the game plan shaped out, but certainly going to need Chase Brown to get going, and he brings something to your offense, both in terms of the run game, but also the pass game. So going to need him, and it's going to be vital. All right. Well, make sure you tune in tomorrow morning to Chatterbox Sports for Off the Bench and the Stone Shields show for what I can almost guarantee will be more thought out analysis of today's game. And then throughout the week, they'll bring you more Bengals content. And of course, Chatterbox Bengals will have you covered for any breaking news or rumors that comes up along the way. And we'll be back here on Thursday night when the Bengals host the Pittsburgh Steelers on Thursday Night Football. For Reid Maus, I'm Craig Sandlin. This has been Chatterbox Bengals. Hoo day, baby.